setting it ablaze. We're underway. With full throttle insanity. Where will it end? Who will rip off Phoenix with donuts and joy? Man, that was wild. Time will tell. But for now, I do. NASCAR playoffs continue in Texas.
It has now become the most important race of the season for 8 drivers, all looking to get locked into the playoff championship in Phoenix. Let's get things underway with pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as Dias Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors.
You got the notification, that's good.
Please remain standing as Brett Schisler from Texas Alliance Raceway Ministries offers today's invocation.
Would you please pray with me? Most loving and gracious God, we come here this beautiful day, and we thank you. We thank you for the chance to come together and to pray as free people. Lord, we thank you for the men and women all over the world to help to keep us free. Finally, Lord, we come to you today and we ask for safety. We ask that you be with each and every one of the drivers, with all of the crews, with the fire workers, and with the fans in our world. Finally, Lord, we come to you and we just ask all of this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome to the stage 2019 Texas Female Vocalist of the Year and Texas Dirt Recording Artist, Sarah Hobbs.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
How did Elliott fail tech twice? I didn't even know that he failed tech twice, but that means he's starting in the back.
500 miles.
We got a link.
Motor Speedway about to get underway.
There's something I want to ask you.
Oh,
The new iPhone 13 Pro is here with the most advanced iPhone camera ever. And I got it.
Oh, I was playing Madden last night.
you're going to talk about forever.
This is a value that lasts forever. Because when you get the new iPhone at T-Mobile, trading value is locked in.
So we can always have a new iPhone?
Yes. So, what do you say? Switch to T-Mobile with me?
We're going to T-Mobile.
Fall in love with iPhone. Get it on us now and upgrade every 2 years forever. Only at T-Mobile.
The great thing about
Wait, they're doing another London game?
pricing on our drinks.
That's right.
No matter what time.
Happy hour. every
4?
hour.
Let's be honest. Anytime I see a discount, I'm gonna go for it.
Right.
I don't care what it is. I have to have that.
Yeah.
What's up, RJ? How's it going?
Price tastes twice as good, right?
Right?
It's a good day to start something new. To brush away gray in 5 easy minutes. To put yourself out there and always put your best face forward. Just for men, mustache, and beard.
Yeah, I just saved a whole lot of money by switching to Geico.
Huh. We should take a closer look
Madden
at
Mobile is fun. You should get it. Maybe I will. I played a little bit of Madden last night. I suck, but I still think it's fun. That's how I am with most games, though. I suck at video games, but it's still fun. Oh, guys, look at this. I got the Mega Vape.
We've been over this, Jeff. We're stickers.
It's the Mega Vape.
Give him some space. Deep breaths, Jeff. What's a sticker? Take a closer look at Geico. Great savings and a whole lot more. Blue Emu Super Strength.
They do 2 London games per year.
Now available
That's
in 3
awesome.
Convenient sizes. Whether you need relief at home, in your gym bag, or on the go. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stick.
an official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
The Vanderbilt and South Carolina game went crazy. I watched the end of the Arizona-Utah game, but that was also like at like 1:30 in the morning.
I'm Bob. 5 more minutes. Break me over a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
The grandfather clock is counting down to more than just a win. It's the final chance for a driver to make it to the championship four. And for a fan to catch all the drama. At the short track in NASCAR, with all 3 series on a survival path of a half a mile down to Martinsville. Get your tickets now at Martinsville Speedway.
South Carolina backup was an assistant or something. What?
Until the world was done.
Watch the last 3:10 of the vid. Good kick. Oh, touchdown.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Texas Motor Speedway, Auto Trader, Echo Park Automotive, 500 drivers strapping into their cars, getting ready to take on this.
Wow, that's quite the ending.
500 miles before we fire the engines.
Found a website that has the Carolina game, no viruses.
For Chase Elliott in this 9 coming to Texas, it's a tale of 2 stories. What's behind them? In his words, the rift between him and Kevin Harvick is a thing of the past. But now, what's ahead of them? The entire field. After failing inspection twice, they will be starting at the rear, but they have a little bit of a special thing in their pocket, being the speed that this 9 car has shown on the mile and a half. That opens up the playbook for Alan Gustafson.
So Elliott has to start from the back today.
On the playoff bubble, that could be important, Kelly.
Well, Kyle Busch will be hoping for a repeat performance from this race 1 year ago. Another win here at Texas would get him locked into the championship 4. But he'll have to do it without his usual crew chief, Ben Bayshore, who was suspended for 1 race. So it's Seth Kafka sitting on top of the box. Other than that, should be business as usual as he goes for win number 5 here at Texas, Marty.
Kelly, it might surprise you. Among the playoff drivers, who has the worst average finish here at Texas?
You're pissed off about Game 2 last night? Why? I thought it was a good game.
Still a lot of confidence in the 5 camp. If they get a base hit today, meaning a top 10, they think they'll be fine. Let's get the round of 8 cranked up at Texas.
Here to give the command to start the engines, representing 2 of only 10 men in the history of college and professional football to win a Heisman Trophy and be enshrined into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And currently producing the NFL Films documentary, The Perfect 10, due out next fall. Please welcome Dallas Cowboys legend Tony Dorsett and Dallas native Tim Brown.
Drivers, start your engines.
Engines are fired. Might make me mod for a second, because... Oh, yeah.
Hall of Fame legends right there. Oh, we're ready to go in Texas.
There you go. Yeah, WinVal though. If you keep timing out that girl, I'm gonna unmod you. That's ridiculous.
Your mom and dad are alive. I saw flashes. I saw my family.
Run.
How was
is that possible?
Do. Post that link. Imagine it still doesn't work for you. You don't want to hear fake things. I don't even know what she was saying that was fake. I thought it was just all entertaining.
William Matars and like other attorneys.
William, you should see this police show.
I didn't even know what she was saying, but it was like, who cares? You know? It's still comments. It's still a viewer.
Needs and dreams of helping people after a car crash.
Tommy, there are no good crashes. Yep, that's a late model pickup and a parallel twin motorcycle. That's uncanny.
And his clients love the results.
Sometimes it does that during commercial. I don't know why.
Dear America, I'm revving up to say I'll always go the extra mile for you. With the latest tech and all-wheel drive. Thank you for making me the best-selling car in America. Be well, Camry.
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost service plan with tire rotations, oil changes, and more for 2 years or 25,000 miles. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Vaselli. I'm a litigation attorney here at Stanley Law. Mike came to see us in April of 2016 after he was involved in a very serious motor vehicle accident.
When the insurance companies cut our pay through compensation, Stanley Law went to court and battled with them. And I have no one to thank but Stanley Law offices for guiding me through.
I'm really proud of the work that we do here at Stanley Law, and it was really a pleasure and an honor to represent Mike in his case.
My TV froze. Alright, there we go. Wait, RJ, you gonna send that link?
So the big race coming up this Sunday out at Texas Motor Speedway.
Everything's bigger in Texas. Texas has always felt like a big race, no matter what time of year you go there. Everything's bigger in Texas, so obviously it's a big
Oh, there you go.
We've got the excitement, and now we're on the hunt for the final four. That means a little bit more, and when you win, they punches your ticket to that final race.
Kyle Busch raced the field here tonight at Texas Motor Speedway.
You never quite know what you're going to get there. There's a lot on the line.
Cars about to roll off of pit road. Want to take a look at the starting grid. The two guys making up row one. They are the only two playoff drivers that have won 2 races already in these playoffs. Kyle Larson from Elk Grove, California. Danny Hamlin from Chesterfield, Virginia.
You see row 3, Chase Elliott will be going to the back. Back in row 5, Chris Buescher looking to extend his top 10 streak to 3 races. Lives from only an hour from here, Prosper, Texas, native, back in his home state.
Back in row 8, that's Michael McDowell, the winner of the Daytona 500 to start the season from Glendale, Arizona.
Daniel Scores, Cole Custer back in row 10. Eric Jones, Almirola in row 11. There's Harvick in row 12. Chase Briscoe, row 13, will also have to fall to the back of the field.
Stenhouse Jr. there in row 14. Back a little further. Justin Haley also has to go to the back in row 16. Ryan Newman will be on the outside. And now let's see if we could chat with Joey Logano. Jeff, you can dial him up on the radio.
Hey, Joey, guys up in the booth, you got us?
I got you.
Hey, Joey, so much talk about how important this race is today. How much pressure does that add you guys?
I love it. That's what the playoffs are all about. It's all about pressure.
I'm not sure if I'm staying live for the NLCS game 2. Because that is at like... What time is that? Yeah, it's at 7:38. So I'm not sure really like... If the race ends within like, you know, half an hour of that, then I'll watch it on stream, but...
Question for the whole field as well, so it'll be on everybody here. You gotta have a fast car, you gotta have the right strategy. Pretty much just gotta be perfect all day.
Joey, thank you so much for your time. Good luck, bud.
Thanks, man. Have fun up there.
Zero Sugar letting us ride along today. Joey's going to be in the heat of this battle.
And Parker, what about his teammate?
Well, we get another great onboard shot with a Ford Performance onboard here. Brad Keselowski, who comes to this race 16 points below the cut line in 8th. And you might think, okay, this team's looking at this maybe as a must-win. But in talking to Brad and Jerry Bowens, they told me they see a path to be able to point their way to Phoenix. They said they need somewhere between 110 to 120 points to find themselves pointing to Phoenix without getting a win. That starts here today, and it starts with getting those stage points early, Kelly.
Why TV freezing? Oh, it just froze one time. What up, Sam? Let's go, Denny. You want Denny to win today? My guy's starting third.
They followed that up with a solid result last week at the Roval, and he told me the goal for these last 4 is to continue to ride that wave of momentum. Bubba told me he feels good about things here at Texas, and he's got a little extra pep in his step thanks to that first win, Parker.
Well, Kelly, for Kevin Harvick and the number 14, we get this great shot from Hunt Brothers Pizza looking back at him. But as we saw last week where they were knocked out of the playoffs, and talking to his team, you could sense the disappointment.
Yeah, I think Harvick's out. I don't think he's going to win a race.
Then the focus has shifted for this team. They want to do something that they have not done since September of last year, and that is get into victory lane. That becomes the entire focus for this 4 team in finding a way to find themselves winning a race here, Marty.
Parker, to show you how tight the points are coming into the round of 8, Martin Truex Jr. sits 3rd and feels like he has to win in this round to make it to the championship 4. In fact, this morning he told the media, I feel like Kyle Larson is probably locked in, so that means 7 of us are racing for 3 spots. It is going to be difficult in this round. Truex has never won here at Texas. He's finished 2nd 3 times, including this race in the playoffs last year. Could be no better time, Rick, for him to get the first ever Texas win and advance to the championship 4.
And right now, those 7 drivers below Larson are separated by 22 points. Every position on the racetrack is a point. That is how tight this playoff championship has become. Well, now, Brad, we saw earlier at the front of the grid with Marty and Junior. Brad, you have now moved over, and you're going to embed yourself with a couple teams.
You got Rowdy going for the championship 4? I really hope so.
You can't miss me, but I am so excited because this is going to be.
Imagine how Blue Jimmy Fan 48 would react when Kyle Larson wins the championship. Is he a Kyle Larson fan or what? I don't really know who that is.
This day without making mistakes, because we've seen mistakes throughout the playoffs cost people. You make a mistake today, though, you don't recover. Track position is almost impossible to ascertain once you get stuck back in the pack. The other thing,
man, the attendance here at Texas is terrible today.
Will there be added grip?
That's awful, man.
Racing pressure as we go throughout the day. Can't wait.
So this resin that we're going to speak about all day, they used this at Nashville Super Speedway early this year with great success. And typically at this racetrack, you see that darker area above the drivers there. Typically they use PJ1. This time they're going with the resin.
Yeah.
The drivers from yesterday's Xfinity race tell me that it worked really well right away and continued to gain grip the more they use it. The resin is used to try to apply rubber to the racetrack, to rubber in a racetrack. Where the PJ1's more of just traction compound, it just adds traction and wears away. This allows the drivers to go up, find grip, and apply rubber and create an additional...
He's a Larson fan before Jimmy Johnson retired.
It's going to get a little bit dirty just above that up toward the wall. So if you step up out of that groove, we saw yesterday it cost some drivers some races and cost them some positions. So you can get up out of that, get loose, get in that dirt.
You mean after Jimmy Johnson retired?
Added grip, we're going to see tons of guys using it.
Added grip, we talked with Steve.
Yeah, a lot of Jimmy fans. It's like, who are they rooting for now? I mean, obviously a lot of them are rooting for Bowman.
Check grip, but the best tools in the world are these 40 stock cars. They're going to let us know if there's more grip up high or down low. When you talk about grip, it really comes to mind at this racetrack. We talk mile and a half all the time. Texas Motor Speedway.
But yeah, the 2017 Hendrick team is completely gone now. Or no, 2015. Yeah, the 2015 team. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Casey Kane, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. from Hendrick. All 3 gone. It's insane. All 4 of them are gone.
Challenge of the year, 334 laps, 105 laps for both stage 1 and stage 2. The final stage 124. Fuel window just under 70. So pit stops in every.
We got 500 miles of racing today, though. I'm ready for it.
And again, what's at stake here for 8 drivers entering this round of 8? These 8 drivers all still with the possibility of making it to the championship 4 in Phoenix. There's 3 races. This one, Kansas and Martinsville. The top 4 in points, they are going to advance, or if you win a race, you automatically advance. So the bottom 4 in points will be eliminated after Martinsville. That's what's at stake. Right now, today, an automatic advancement to the Championship 4 in Phoenix is on the line if you're one of the 8 playoff drivers. Can one of them capture it?
All right, green flag is in the air. We are racing from Texas. How excited were you when Bubba Wallace won Talladega? I was really happy for him, but at the same time, I just wanted to see that race continue. So it was like mixed emotions. Is there a competition caution today? Let me see. Competition caution lap 25. So lap 25 will be the competition caution.
Same as yesterday, looked like the best place to restart. The first 3 cars all start on the inside. See if that changes throughout the day. With that resin you talked about, Junior, that upper line gets run in some.
Well, these guys, a lot of them haven't experienced the resin like the Xfinity drivers did yesterday. And as they go up there and do use it and do gain confidence in it, I think we will see those guys on the outside and the restarts in turn 1 and 2 being really aggressive.
When we were riding along with Brad Keselowski there, it didn't sound like he ever got out of the throttle going through 3 and 4.
That's 3 and 4 is tons of grip. Let's go ahead and ride along early in this race. Show everybody what this racetrack's all about. Remember, very new tires right here. So
Rowdy's in second. Yeah, he is. Go up and battle for that lead, man. Make the Kyle and Kyle show happen again.
Here we go. All the way, not quite all the way out of the gas, almost all the way out of the gas, then back to it. As this race goes on, remember that's good tires. Only 4 laps on the tires.
Made you go to Coffee to watch Barcelona. Is that place just called Coffee? It's kind of a cool name.
And the reason why we have to lift in one end of the track as opposed to the other, because it's kind of like an egg-shaped racetrack where turns 3 and 4 are bigger, more banking. Turns 1 and 2 is flatter. It's a little pointed. You cannot go through there with all that throttle. That's where we'll see a lot of guys make some gains and passes.
And Dale, to your point about the 2 different shapes, I was going to mention his feedback was great. You know, you wanted to touch the racetrack in 3 and 4 because with that banking, the car is going to travel more. We look at the 9 that Chase Elliott had to start at the rear of the field. He's already up 9 spots, doing a nice job inside the top 20. We've seen this before, Rick. If you have a good car in the playoffs, the non-playoff guys, while they'll race you for the front, when you get back in the pack, they don't want to be part of the story. So you still have to pass them, but once you get kind of door-to-door, drivers, it seems like the non-playoff guys...
What's Kyle Busch's pace game today? It's the Interstate Batteries. No joke, the coffee is called Arena Cafe. It's kind of a weird name. I think coffee's the cooler name.
Just ahead of him, Denny Hamlin was doing the same thing, kind of looking around a little bit.
Junior used the word learning. There's no practice, no qualifying, so this is the first time at speed on this racetrack for these drivers.
I was going to mention the bottom of the screen, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. You know, the 9's going forward, Harvick going backward. He's lost 9 spots and really, really struggling. You got to see right here, the 37 drives away from the 4 in the middle of the corner. I'm looking at the bottom of the screen there, currently 29th. I know it hasn't been a year Kevin Harvick has wanted, but this is performance.
I killed a fly.
Expect them to 4 in any year.
And without that practice, you know, that Rick mentioned, and the different loads that you have at each of the racetrack, you saw as well.
Arena Coffee Cafe.
Through turns 3 and 4 is bumpy. It's a lot of bumps in turn 3 and 4 that continue to get worse year after year after year. And Steve, these crew chiefs have to sort of take a best guess at where the splitter needs to be, how much the car's going to travel. And sometimes they may miss it. We may see guys not so good until they get an opportunity to come into the pits and make adjustments.
Well, you mentioned you had to take a guess. I saw on social media this week, Ronnie Childers, the crew chief for Kevin Harvick, tweeted a brand new race car for the 4 car. So you see the struggles. You know, you wonder if they haven't missed either
side by side here, Brad and Denny.
I talked to Ronnie Childers about that race car. He said it's actually a chassis that they won a couple races with last year, and fans have been asking him all year track obviously not working for them right now, struggling back in 28th position.
So you understand too, Parker. It's, take an older car, revamp it. He positioned it that it was a brand new car, but if it hasn't run all year, it's going to race like a new car.
And pretty interesting right here watching Denny Hamlin. We saw him running that upper groove. Right, those last couple corners, he ran below that resin. He put the left side of his car right on the right side.
What do you think of Kyle Busch so far in this race? I mean, he's running in second. We're only obviously 11 laps in, but he's looking pretty good. I mean, I hope after that competition yellow, maybe he can get the lead. At every coffee place besides Starbucks, you will see soccer in Morocco, Barcelona, a real major play.
Still 95 laps to go in stage 1 for Texas.
There you go.
Go wherever your wild side takes you. Toyota. Let's go places.
Can't get enough of your love, baby. Oh, fuck. I gotta turn that down. I gotta turn that down. I'll get fucking copyrighted. That song specifically has gotten me... there we go. Cowboys, Patriots today? Fuck the Cowboys.
In 2016,
Nobody likes the Cowboys, besides Cowboys fans.
Passed away, and a couple of years later, my mother passed away. After taking care of them, I knew that I really wanted to become a nurse. Amazon helped me with training and tuition.
Cowboys fans
Today,
are awful.
I'm a medical assistant, and I'm studying to become a registered nurse. Hindi ko kayo makakalimutan.
Racing. It's simple. Go fast. Like Speedy Fast. Keep it friendly and win. The official sponsor of the SpeedyCash.com Victory Lane at Texas Motor Speedway. Speedy Cash. Simple, fast, and friendly. Pringles Original. Barbecue. Pizza. The barbecue pizza stack.
Where is everyone?
Pringles. Endless flavors to stack.
A supercharged
Michael Irvin is truly a diehard because he played with them. I don't even know who that is.
Like a Mike Tyson knockout. It's play to thrill. Seahawks, Steelers. Sunday Night Football on NBC and Peacock. You can follow your favorite drivers all
I want fried chicken, but that involves me going upstairs.
NASCAR Drive is your live race day companion. Visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app today.
Cowboys wide receiver, fuck him.
From Bubba Wallace at Columbia helmet cam as we look forward. And Junior mentioned a little bumpy.
Too many women,
helmet bouncing around for Bubba Wallace. You mentioned that confidence after coming off his first career win at Talladega just a couple weeks ago.
Right to this inside. The 9-car Chase Elliott's driving right through this field. Trying to figure out a way to get around Bubba as they follow the 34 car there.
Man, Bubba's scheme today looks, it's both cool and not cool.
Texas of 80 driver. Would you guess that that's Eric Jones who's driving that 43 car right now?
The way he's running, I would. I mean, got good speed right now. Eric Jones done a nice job of this 43 car all year. Tough transition for him, right? Going from a really well-funded team at Joe Gibbs, stepping back a little bit, trying to help build this team, Rich Petty Motorsports, trying to build them up. I think Eric's done a nice job of not trying to get too much out
I feel
of this
bad
car
for
this
Eric
year.
Jones.
And really smart.
And Eric will be back with Richard Petty Motorsports next year. I know a lot of People are talking about what's taking place next year for so many of these different drivers, but Eric Jones has proven himself, especially here at Texas. And Marty, are we hearing that there might be an issue right now with the 5-car?
Ooh.
They had a little bit of a radio issue, Rick. I think they've worked through that. Kyle Larson has led all 19 laps to this point. And when I talked to Cliff Daniels, bottom right of your screen this morning, he mentioned a few times base hits early in this round. And I think that really stems from the round of 12. You think about what happened to this race team.
Elliott's up to 15th already.
Las Vegas that put them behind.
Do you remember stage winner MTJ? Yep. Stage winner MTJ.
What that means is they're going to call this race fairly conservatively today and next week at Kansas as well. Steve, I would say you probably can't argue with the way Cliff Daniels is going to approach that after all the round of
stage winner MTJ.
They came in with a 42-point advantage. You don't want to waste that. You want to make sure you make it to the championship 4.
Well, I think it's important for this 5 team to understand where they are and adjust as necessary. So I do like.
That was like the only good thing about Truex winning a stage.
Rick. You know, the entire field has moved the line of aggression on pit decisions. 2 tires, 4 tires, fuel, all of those things. And if you get too conservative, you may think you're going to lose 5 spots. You give up 10. Next thing you know, you're in an accident because you're in traffic. So I do believe they can limit risk, but I don't believe they can completely change their approach. This 5-car has been successful. They kind of stormed back to win the regular season championship after a slow start versus Denny Hamlin. So, I mean, don't veer too far off the path that got them here.
Steve, I think your point about the 5-car is really smart. They need to recognize the situation they're in. And our colleague Dale Jarrett, he made a great point. Like, they didn't do that at Talladega. They put themselves in a position that they didn't need to be in. Yes, the wreck wasn't their fault, but they should have never been in position.
It was his best season.
And then they got in uh-oh mode. Like,
2017 Truex deserved that title. As pissed as I was that he won that, he deserved it. So competition caution should be coming out here soon. It's lap 25. We're on lap 24.
Difficult things about getting around this racetrack in the throttle is lap traffic. Bubba Wallace had a really close call in the front straightaway. Watch here as they're closing up. He's going to try to make a pass on his 17. The thread the needle right there.
Ooh.
Just about made contact with Chris Buescher. And I think that's going to be a problem for guys. It's going to create issues.
Panthers 10-12 Vikings. Did you just post your password, Winbow?
The leaders are much, much quicker. The closing rate's really fast. I don't think the lap cars even know where they need to be or where the drivers would prefer them to be, because they're moving around. They're running the bottom and the top, and the lappers really don't have a lot of direction on where to go to stay out of the way and get room.
There's the competition yellow.
And there's the competition caution. We were expecting around lap 25. With Kyle Larson out front, Steve, tires, are they an issue? Would you say, okay, 4 tires, or could you do some tire strategy to maybe get your car up front for this competition caution?
Well, when we talked to Joey Logano under the pace laps, he mentioned tire strategy is going to be a point of conversation. 80 laps to go, so this doesn't guarantee you to make it to the end of this stage on fuel. You would assume, though, after 25 laps, you're going to want to put some fuel in. But I think we're going to see everything. 2 tires, 4 tires, all kinds of different decisions. Yesterday we saw 2 tires win the Xfinity Series race. 4 tires were right behind them, but even those fresher left side tires were not enough to gain enough speed to overcome the leader. So all of these crew chiefs are going to have the calculators charged up and ready. It's going to be a long day with a lot of decisions on pit road.
Well, start your Tundra. And NASCAR fans, you could be one of the first to drive off in the all-new 2022 Toyota Tundra. Visit NASCAR.com/start your Tundra and enter now.
I'm really interested to see, Rick, who can make the right adjustments. Kevin Harvick fell through the field. The playoff cars actually, they're stacked right up there. Even Chase Elliott, who started at the back, is up to 13th. So, we in the media perhaps, and even the garage might have just learned to accept this. No practice, no qualifying these weekends. But you start to see it when cars aren't dialed in correctly. These first few pit stops and the adjustments made can be, a major fork in the road for your day. If you guess right here early, you can seem to have time to recover. Parker.
Joey Logano pin out of the second place position. This should just be left side tires, yes, and a small air pressure adjustment. He's a bit loose in that 22. We'll see how that works with this left side to even get looser. Marty?
Ryan Blaney, middle of your screen. 2013 said his scar started free and actually got tighter the longer he ran. The resin helped him a little bit. Going to be 4 tires for Ryan Blaney. Same call for Kyle Larson. Going to be 4 tires for them as well. He said he
Rams 21, Giants 3.
it helped a ton. So there's a conservative move that we called for.
Fuck the Giants.
4 tires, but a number of teams making that same call to go with 4.
So Byron won the race off pit road there. Larson came out 9th. But he got 4 tires. Everyone else got 2.
Phase attention, no contact with the 77.
Bro, I hate when shit drivers block good drivers from, like, getting into their pit box correctly. Except that was Justin Haley. He can do whatever he wants.
There's something in the water.
I'm gonna go get some fried chicken. I'll be back.
How is that possible? La Brea, new, Tuesday night, 8 Central on NBC.
Social media. Call Charles Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical for all your service needs. That's Charles, 457-6911. And remember, we're the nice guys.
And tons of room. To our drivers, I'm unbeatable value. Let's go places. RAV4.
Right now, you can get 1.9% APR financing on a new 2021 RAV4 or RAV4 Hybrid. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
NASCAR on NBC is brought to you by Sonic. This is how we Sonic. Ford, built Ford proud. And by New Coke Zero Sugar, now even more delicious. Folks having some fun out at the go-kart track located just outside of the racetrack here. We're lucky enough to have a huge NASCAR fan and a friend of NBC and a star for This Is Us, Justin Hartley with us. Junior, dial him up.
Hey, Justin, it's Dale Jr. in the booth. You got us?
How are you, man? How are things?
Things are great, man. We got a great race going here, so glad to have you back at the racetrack. We know you're a big fan of NASCAR. You got something really cool coming up. Voice some Superman in the upcoming animated movie Injustice. Tell us about it.
Yeah, well, it was cool. It's always cool to voice a superhero. I mean, you don't have to do the physical stuff, which is kind of nice. But it's always fun to play an iconic character like that. These guys out here, though, these are Superman. This is insane. Every time I come to one of these races, I'm blown away by what they're doing out here.
I've seen you in so many races over the years. Is there a track, I guess, on the list that you haven't been able to check off that bucket list yet?
I mean, Daytona. It's got to be Daytona, right? I would love to go there. And then I think Sonoma. It'd be good to see a road race. That'd be fun.
Absolutely, buddy. Well, I'm glad you're here. Good luck with the release of Injustice later this week, and we'll see you in the garage somewhere.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Got some fried chicken.
The 18 of Kyle Busch speeding as he was exiting.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, the good news is he got caught speeding on this pit stop last year and won the race. So
field coming up for him. Now to the Geico restart zone and back up through the gears. It's William Byron on the inside, getting a pretty good shove there from the 8th of Tyler Reddick.
Oh, we got a spin on the back straightaway.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. Holy shit, that is a big fucking crash. Oh my god. Holy shit.
But a big wreck on the back stretch.
Oh my god.
Back there of Josh Balicki.
Hey, right out of the corner of the screen.
Holy shit, Jaden.
Car turned around down the back straightaway. What a
left side killed. The right rear's pushed down pretty good.
There's a fly. You guys keep hearing the flies.
Track like this. With all these restarts with everybody stacked up. Let's take a look and see how this started. It's way up there ahead. We see the 23 turned around, collecting more and more cars. Now the track is blocked.
Do you guys hear that beeping? Or was that just me?
Slow these things down and stop on a dime. You're basically getting shoved and pushed into the crash. Smoke starts to cover the racetrack where you can't see where to go to avoid this crash and avoid cars spinning. That's exactly what it looks like behind the wheel.
I'd like to go back and see that again. I think Bubba just got loose.
Heavy hits for these guys.
That was a huge crash.
Around inside the cars. Unbelievable.
Contact. I think Alex Bowman right behind him.
Too many flies.
Yeah, without a shot from an aerial view of any kind, well, it's hard to tell what.
Does my air conditioner work still?
Bubba lost control of the
No, it does not.
It's a big hit right there. The left side of the car. You see the car actually come off the ground.
And both JT.
Here we go. So he gets loose underneath the one, and spins, gets collected by the 42. And then we see all this happening. So underneath the one car coming off a two, gets up in the left rear quarter panel, spins himself out. Riding on board of Bubba's car right here.
Who started it? I'm not even sure. It looks like Bubba got into it. It looks like Bubba was the first one who got into it.
So we see right here, Bubba Wallace is in the middle.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace just got loose or some shit. And then that started the whole thing.
Not air on your car the way you want it to be. You lose that downforce, and if you're already a little bit loose, then you're just along for the ride. Trying to pick up positions, trying to be aggressive. The car
Yeah, so many cars were involved in that.
Right along with Kevin Harvick. See right there how quickly.
That's a good feeling right there when you miss something like that and you look in the mirror and you see nothing but chaos. So the cars have a lot of dependency on side force, a lot of air on the right rear quarter panel of the car, keeping that car straight, keeping it from spinning out. And when he drives up,
42, 47, 48, 37, 23, 53, 51, 77, and 6 were all involved.
And you lose that side force.
Kyle Busch barely made it by that crash.
There, just taking it easy.
Yeah, these cars don't just stick to the racetrack because of just overall natural friction. The air pushing down on the car and then also grabbing the side of the car.
Fly hurt again.
Rear looks like. But overall, very lucky to be able to get through.
Well, let's listen to them and see what they're talking about.
Just got touched in the left rear. Let's come down and look at it. I don't need to come down right now. If we've got abundance of sets here, probably not too bad to take these off and put another set on just in case to look at them. I don't think I split them, but
Yeah, I don't hear. Whenever you say that you hear flies, I go back and I never hear them. So maybe.
Ben Bayshore is not here today. He was suspended for this week's race because of a lug nut violation last week. Seth Kachaba is doing it. He is substituted for Eric Jones back in 2020 at Darlington. He also worked with Austin Dillon when he won the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. NC State grad from Alaska. Came down from Alaska to try to make his way in NASCAR. Getting a good shot today with Kyle Busch.
Well, he's at the back of the field. I mean, you come on down pit road, Steve, and pull that damage out. Make sure you're not going to have a tire rub and travel. As that tire flexes in the corner, as the car tries to pull that tire off the wheel in the corner, it's going to lean out toward that quarter panel and rub. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Just
Go back to before I said the numbers.
track position. And we talk about crew chiefs not being here. Their technology that they can do most of their work from afar with grid communication. Where it does become more difficult is managing situations like this. Now, luckily, not very serious for the 18, very slight damage, but it's a long day, Kelly, and if there is a more serious situation, not having your original crew chief here can be a challenge.
Yeah, I don't hear it, so I believe you, but I don't hear it.
Situation if they had to assess some damage, he said we've got great mechanics and guys going over the wall, so I'll really rely on them. We heard Kyle Busch say he got touched in the left rear. They said they didn't see any damage on the right side, and he wasn't sure if he was with those tires, but he said you might want to take them off, have a good look at them anyway if we've got another set lane. So you see they're checking to make sure they've got good clearance there on that left rear tire. Make sure there's no tire rub when they send them back out, but really.
Oh, Kyle does have a little bit of damage.
And going about the business calmly for Kyle Busch.
Going on about the business calmly, yes, at 190 miles an hour.
Innovation usually looks something like this. But what if it didn't? What if it looked like a family truck that powers a family home? Or an ordinary drive made extraordinary? Let's change what innovation looks like. From floating around in your own personal space capsule up here to what we could build for all Americans down here.
I need a Mocha Crunch Blast, please. You got it.
I'm on the Mocha Crunch.
We're gonna need more espresso chunks.
Order up.
Sonic Mocha Crunch Blast.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
Yeah, I don't hear it, so whatever. I believe you, but I don't want to keep trying to listen for something that I'm clearly not going to hear.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than Harvick. Okay, that's fast.
Me? My internet's so fast, it keeps up with me.
Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Can the internet do that?
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
This isn't just freight. These aren't just shipments. They're promises. Big promises, small promises, cuddly shaped promises. Each with a time and a place they've been promised to be.
I've used headphones.
And the people of Old Dominion never turn away a promise.
I feel confident my headphones are probably broken. My PlayStation headphones, I think they're broken.
We keep them.
Because they've been on the floor for 6 months, and that's was part of that was when my floor got so wet. So they're probably just soaked now.
What is happening?
Herman's dad wasn't in the next one.
They think one of us did it.
A standout country battle.
Thank you to Voice Gods for shining on me.
As the coaches fighting for country cred.
Hanging out with Blake and Kelly.
And
Johnny Yeehaw legend.
Monday and Tuesday on NBC.
If you're new to NASCAR, as you watch today's race, follow along on Twitter at NASCAR Nation for a one-on-one type breakdown of what's happening on the track. We'll explain key terms that you hear on the broadcast and answer your questions. Parker.
Well, Rick, a couple weeks ago, the racing world, myself and Chase Briscoe, lost a dear friend, Briggs Swift Cunningham III. And Briggs owned an ARCA team that gave so many drivers, so many crew members their start in the motorsports world, including Chase, who actually was working at the shop many years ago when Briggs noted he was there, said, let's give this guy a test. He gave him a test that
Go to your local dollar store and find what shit it has. Get headphones. I'm not going to a dollar store to get headphones. I'm not buying $1 headphones and then have them break in 2 fucking minutes.
I met Briggs in Kentucky when I was just a 17-year-old kid trying to make my way in USAC. He gave me his chance in a
I don't even use headphones.
full-time ride, and I know
I actually use the opposite of headphones. I use a speaker.
Briggs Cunningham, and we're not alone. There's so many people throughout this industry that can owe their shot in motorsports to Briggs Cunningham, that ARCA team, and supporting so many people because he never wanted the recognition. But Chase Briscoe and his wife recently, 2 weeks ago, had a baby boy, and they named him
Nearly had a heart attack. Why?
Briscoe to give Briggs a little bit of recognition that he never so wanted, but we're all mourning his loss. A great friend of the racing world.
Yeah, and he gave so many people an opportunity, like you mentioned there, Parker. When I first started broadcasting, I was broadcasting ARCA races, and Briggs Cunningham was giving young drivers, talented drivers, an opportunity to go out there and show their talent. And so much for the racing world is what Briggs was able to give to not only NASCAR, but stock car racing as a whole.
I thought Kyle was reacting. Nah, he's fine. Signing in, just walked in. What's up, Kenneth?
So much, obviously, to Chase
You watching some racing today?
Marissa, naming their son, Brooks Wayne Cunningham.
You just missed a huge wreck. You missed the big one.
A long list, actually the most cars ever involved in one accident at Texas. You take a look, Kyle Busch was involved very slightly, the only playoff driver, but take a look at the long list of names that were involved in this accident.
Yeah, it's not normal to see that many cars in a wreck on a mile-and-a-half racetrack. See Kyle Busch, he just got a little bit.
That penalty really could have fucked Kyle even worse. Like, if he had gotten a lot of damage from that, or even was out of the race just because he was in the back because of the penalty, I would have been so fucking pissed. And probably at Kyle, because, like, just Kyle speeds on pit road so much. I've been to, let me count. 1, 2 races, maybe 3. Yeah, I think I've been to 3 races that Kyle Busch really would have had a better shot at winning if he didn't get a speeding penalty.
Potentially from here, it was a late call, but Brad Keselowski and many others choosing to get this fuel, Marty.
Parker, I would say 67 to go here. It's going to be tight to make it to the end of the stage, but if you don't top off here, Steve, doesn't give you the opportunity if another caution comes out.
Is Kyle's damage bad? Nah, it's not.
So I like this move by
He's fine.
teams. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney among them coming to pit road to top off.
He's still on the lead lap. He'll be fine. But it's just the same bullshit. It's like that's probably going to keep him from winning, though.
296 to go in this race, but this stage can go by very quickly. And even if you have another caution, the other advantage that some of these cars have is they now need less fuel. It's not a lot. Most cars were just on pit road, but every gallon is an advantage on on future pit stops.
And look how it's mixed up the field. I mean, normally these races we see all playoff drivers in the first 10, first 8, but look at all the drivers, Byron, Reddick.
Yeah, William Byron, he's leading right now.
Austin Dillon, they're not in the playoffs anymore, so an opportunity for them to get some track position. Now they got to try to keep it.
Playoff drivers signified by the yellow line underneath the names. And coming up now on the Geico Restart Zone, up front, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr.
What is up with that restart?
Matt DiBenedetto and Tyler Reddick pushing both cars as they enter turn 1. Fighting for the lead, Martin Truex Jr. on that outside line.
And the fight when you're battling for the lead like this, the main tool in the toolbox is the side draft. So you'll see these guys try to get on each other's quarter panels. What that does is slow down the car. Oh, 24 William Byron slides at the racetrack in front of Truex there.
If you want to see racing from Harvick's POV,
Really important for those first few laps trying to take that position.
Used it perfectly.
oh, it's a live in car from Kevin Harvick.
Martin Truex Jr., then it's Matt DiBenedetto, Tyler Reddick making up the top 4, Logano, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell fighting for the 6th spot.
20 car way up the racetrack here, not in the throttle. Austin Dillon's going to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway with Chase Elliott on the inside. We're going to carry that 3 wide down into turn 3 here. Somebody's going to have to give.
This is not what Kyle Larson wants to see. We talked about this earlier. Oh, almost contact. We talked about this earlier. He does not need to put himself in a position where he has a terrible finish. He can be average and transfer to the next round. Those types of decisions right there, you just have to give it up. Just not worth the risk.
And Jeff,
Oh yeah, Tabular, if you want to watch on Twitch, they have a live stream on Twitch. Just search up NASCAR, and I think it's like the first one. It's on a big delay, but it's still a stream.
Seems like it's really hard 43 of Jones. Finally, Chase is able to make the pass, clear, get in front of the three, getting a push down the back straightaway. Huge run into three.
Let's go back here and watch Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, just so close right there. Larson saw Austin Dillon.
Yeah, no problem, man.
And just wisely said, hey, man, I'm going to lift a little bit. You can see he lost a little bit of momentum, but that was just a smart play right there.
Saw the other screen, the 19 of Truex getting moved up the track a little bit by Reddick. Tyler trying to go around.
But Hulu isn't working. He usually is Hulu.
Having a great run today now that he has his track position.
That's weird. Usually it does work.
Going backwards a little bit here. Keep talking about this.
I don't use Hulu to watch races, but I know my friend had like Hulu Live, and I was like, wait, does it have NASCAR on here? And then I searched it up, and it did. You can watch NASCAR on Hulu. We have to pay like an extra $50 a month or some shit.
And the 22 has to get out of the gas when Diddy cuts down in front of him, puts that dirty air on the nose of the 22. He has to lift. Now he's losing multiple positions.
Yeah, just when I said the Penske cars are fast, Joey lost like 4 spots.
Yes, lost that momentum. He wasn't able to complete the pass on the 19. Now he's lost four positions because of that. When you go down, that makes you.
There's 8 cars out of the race already.
Again, to get underneath another car. If you have multiple cars behind you, you can lose more and more positions. Man, this 22 is struggling. The 5-car Larson going by. Now he's got somebody probably on the inside trying to take another position off in the turn 3.
Can you show us the playoff standings now? Because I want to see how fucked Kyle is.
William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Matty D, Truex, Bell.
All right, so Kyle Busch is minus 18. That's not good.
On corner exit, you see the 3 of Austin Dillon getting a huge run down the front straightaway. Austin pays to the inside here. Doesn't take it. Here comes Blaney to go around him. Austin gets in that dirty air, has to lift, loses a position or 2. Parker.
Although I spoke to Paul Wolf about this exact scenario where he mentioned doing left side tires for Giuliano, and he said, you know, for loose, he's just going to have to hang on to it. Well, that's exactly what the condition of that car was before they took those 2 left side tires, and now you can see the result. He's unable to hold the bottom, and that's something we see often. It's the risk of doing these left side tires. The reason they're doing it, because that's the side of the tire that's wearing the most, but when you put those new left sides and that car balance isn't perfect, it can get very loose like you're seeing right now, Marty.
I think a lot of teams on pit road noticing the 4-tire brigade kind of coming up front, including Kyle Larson, who had the advantage. Remember, his teammate Chase Elliott started at the very rear of the field today and came through the field, passing cars quickly. The team took note of that and told Kyle some notes on the radio a moment ago. Listen.
Thanks for hosting Race Thread Chat. Yeah, no problem. I enjoy doing this. Tyler Reddick's running in second. It's like last week. Byron's in first, Reddick's in second.
So Jeff, having that knowledge of what your teammate did to come from the very back to now 6th position, that help you a little insight on how to make a pass here at Texas?
Yeah, I think any bit of information, Marty, is great. I think the main advantage of being able to make passes, though, is a fast race car. I mean, you can do with it, you know, obviously the driver has a major impact in how it drives and where it goes, but, you know, you see Chase Elliott how fast he is, and that makes it so much easier to force the tempo and put somebody in positions they don't want to be in, like getting your front bumper to their rear bumper.
After starting in the back, Chase Elliott has made his way up to the top 5 right now, but it's William Byron who's leading the pack here in Texas.
Yes, what I'm saying is people like options. I mean, you take guys, you can call them any time you feel like saving money. It don't matter, day or night. Use your computer,
Oh, you said
your
NP.
smartphone, your tablet, whatever. The point is...
Yeah, Dale Jr.'s the announcer. He's been broadcasting races since 2018.
How convenient. Oi, crab cakes. What are you looking at?
Geico, 15
Scared the fuck out of me.
15% or more on car insurance.
I felt something and it was just my pocket, but it scared the hell out of me.
So they asked the fastest guy they could find to tell you now.
Who's the leader right now? So I got this leaderboard right here, but yeah, William Byron's currently leading the race. He has about a little over a half-second lead over Tyler Reddick. Has there been a stage winner yet? No, we're still on the first stage. I don't even know how many laps the first stage is. So the first stage is 105. The second stage will end lap 210. And then the last stage obviously will end lap 334.
We get out. Fired up. Hook big one. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew. Get out and do.
Work. It's what drives the economy and keeps our country humming. American workers in American factories, designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality products right here on our shores. At WeatherTech, we've been doing it for decades, building all our factories and providing great jobs right here at home. We're proud to say when you look at a WeatherTech floor line...
I'm pretty sure Kyle Busch doesn't have to pit before the end of the stage.
Where was it made?
Most of the top 15 has to pit. Should be able to get some stage. Yeah, I mean, because he did pit during that caution and not many other people did, so... I don't know. What's the fuel? Because that caution was lap 30. He went back to green lap 39. Fuel lasts 62 to 67 laps, so... I don't know. He might not be able to make it. But he might. Who knows? If he stretches it.
Finals of Queen's Crown Tournament and the King of the Ring.
Long live the Queen.
Raw live Monday at 8 on USA.
Sunday Night Football on NBC.
But he's worked his way back up to 15th right now, so...
Visit TJ Watt and the Steelers. Coverage tonight starts at 7 p.m. Eastern with Football Night in America. Today's aerial coverage brought to you by Geico as we look down on Texas Motor Speedway. Still out front, William Byron has about a 4/10 of a second lead over Tyler Reddick.
And it sucks, because if Kyle Busch made it to the round of 8 last year, he would have been in the Final Four. Because he won Texas. Same with Dale Jr. in 2015. And if he had actually, like, won that race, which he almost did, he was so fucking close to winning Talladega, he would have been in the Final Four because he won that rain-shortened race at Phoenix.
Move forward. Blaney's struggling. Worried about that vibration, trying to sort that out.
Look at that. Chase Elliott, what a close call there as he...
Where's his what?
Back to Benedetto to try to make the pass.
Well, Chase has been...
You're asking for what? Something about Eric Jones?
Driving to turn 1, trying to take the air off to 1. When it does, it takes the air off to 9, and he has to get completely...
24/7 PS1 and PS2 games.
It lost to 9. It hurt the 21 too.
What is this? Are they just live streaming 24/7? Holy shit, they are.
Chase Elliott got really frustrated.
Started streaming August 18th.
Whatever it took at some point. Marty.
So, Junior mentioned the vibration for Ryan Blaney a moment ago. He actually asked Todd Gordon on the radio, are you guys positive on the rears that you got all the lug nuts tight? Because he still feels that vibration. Todd Gordon radio back said, yes, we do feel good about getting all those lug nut tight. So, Junior, when you get that word back from the crew chief, A, do you trust it? And B, do you just ride it out? How does that behind the wheel?
Well, with the information that the crews have now, I feel a lot better getting that information that they are sure they're...
Kyle Busch minus 16.
Sometimes these tires will vibrate. They'll get out of balance.
Watch that whenever I'm bored.
The vibration could be totally unrelated.
Oh, he has position. Eric Jones. Yeah, where is Eric Jones running?
From the crew chief, you can hammer down and just wait for
I don't even see.
pit road to fix it.
And I know he had that big accident with, 8 or 9 cars out of the race, but the other thing it's done is it's taken a few
I can't even see it.
damage, Rick, and there are...
Oh, yeah, he's in 10th. Yeah, he's doing good.
Lap cars. I'm assuming their minimum speed or NASCAR would remove them from the racetrack. But when you talk about a couple seconds off the pace, why that's allowed. Junior, you and I had the...
I hate when the flies fly up in my ear. Or, like, near my ear. Sometimes I'll give them my hair.
Because at these speeds, and aerodynamically, the aero...
I've been dealing with these flies for about a month now.
Lap cars is very difficult.
Yeah, that NASCAR's minimum speed has always been sort of a topic of conversation because I've always felt like it was too lenient. But and you see it, I think it's really being put to the test today, as you're seeing some of these guys really struggling to run decent pace, and it's a handful for these drivers when they run up on them so quickly.
How about this battle right here? I think it's fair to say these are our 2 championship favorites going at it right here. Larson and Hamlin crossing each other over and pushing each other. Larson finally cleared him, but took some real aggressive driving to do it.
You guys mentioned the difference in speed per lap. William Byron just ran a a 29.39 second.
Dale Jr.'s been broadcasting since, what, year 2018? Yeah, 2018. Am I right? Since I went to his last Bristol April 2017. Yeah, he started in 2018. His first race was the Chicago race in 2018.
Kyle Larson is flying. Yes, he restarted 9th, but he actually fell back to 12th. He's driven from 12th up to 3rd, and they did win the All-Star race here in June, but Cliff Daniels made the point to me, Steve. He said,
the fact he took Chicago off the schedule is stupid.
I mean, we were able to spend a minute and a half, 2 minutes working on the car at a time. He said, we started that race, we were terrible. He made the point, we will not have that advantage today. We have to hit it right off the bat. Even though it's a 500-mile race, it's a long race here, we have to be good with our adjustments. I would say, Steve, they went the right adjustments. And
I wish they started this race an hour later, or like maybe 2 hours later. That way it could like transition into a night race. Like if they started this race at 3:30.
Obvious different color on the racetrack, where that resin is versus where it's not. What I don't know is how that resin is going to change over 500 miles. Will it lose grip? Will it force drivers to the low line on the racetrack? The low line to me looks like it's already darkening a little bit for perhaps some tire rubber going down. So adjustments are still going to be needed over 500 miles, Kelly.
Adjustment for Denny Hamlin. Perhaps coming. He's tight in turn 2, but we are looking at 2 of the championship favorites there, as you guys said. The 5 of Kyle Larson, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. So I asked Denny's crew chief, Chris Gabehart, to kind of size each other up, and he said, look, our stats, our numbers are so similar. The 5 team definitely has us beat when it comes to number of race wins. And he said, but when you look at a lot of the other categories, we're very similar. He said, where I think we've got the edge is experience. We have been here in the playoffs before. We have been in clutch situations that have required wins, and you cannot replace that experience. So he says that's where the 11 team's got the advantage.
And remember, though, both the 5 and the 11 still looking for their first championship. The 5 has put together an incredible season, won the regular season championship. Denny Hamlin finished second to Kyle Larson for that. As the good battle all throughout the field here, we see Matt DiBenedetto trying to hold off Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch back here. Those Eric Jones. But 7 wins for Kyle Larson had given him so many.
Kyle making his way back to the front. Yeah, he's up to 7th now. He had a little bit of damage from that huge wreck, just a tiny bit. But the reason he was even in the back was because he got that speeding penalty. So sometimes damage in some places can be a good thing. It can like help you aerodynamically. Like remember back in 2014 when teams would like bend the fucking that metal near the rear tire, they would like bend it during pit stops, and that would actually help teams out. That would help them run faster.
You don't want to. He's been losing spots, cycling back toward the back of this top 10. Now he's caught the 21 car, who's obviously slower. He's going to go by right here. He doesn't want to lose more spots and get outside the top 10. No stage points for that 19 in stage 1.
Drivers still trying to make it to the end of this stage. 35 laps to go. William Byron up front.
This isn't just phrase. These aren't.
How many cautions has there been? There's been 2 cautions so far.
Promises. Big promises.
Couldn't find a Bluetooth speaker for better volume.
Cuddly shaped promises. Each with a time and a place they've been promised to be. And the people of Old Dominion never turn away a promise. Or overpromise. Or make an empty promise. We keep them. A promise is everything to Old Dominion. Because it means everything to you.
Oh yeah, Stuart Haas in 2018 would push in the back window for better aero until they got caught. Yeah, I remember Harvick, like, he won a race and then they showed a picture. I think he won at Phoenix and then they showed like a picture of like the roof was like bent a little bit. And then they ended up just putting a stop to that. And I don't have anything against that. Like, I think like, obviously blatant cheating is wrong, but, like, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Like, I sometimes agree with that statement. It's like,
There you go. Turn off all the lights.
if you could do some good cheating stuff, like...
And then you just don't answer the door. Sorry, races.
Welcome to the J500, folks. We have a strong lineup today. Starting in row number 1 with the Wings.
A real contender coming in with a lot of heat, Bob.
Next is Sushi, who's been on a bit of a roll of late. And finally, we have
Go to fly.
Cheeseburger.
A rare choice for Jenny.
All right, let's see what Jenny is going to order. Wow, tacos with the upset.
No matter what you're craving, order from DoorDash and get it delivered right to your door.
DoorDash, getting more to your door.
It was Vegas. Oh, yeah, you won
I
Vegas.
witnessed firsthand the impact of COVID-19, but some of the effects have yet to be felt.
At the height of the pandemic, some cancer screenings declined by 90%.
The fear of COVID overshadowed the fear of cancer, especially in underserved communities.
Now, doctors are diagnosing later stage cancers, which could have been detected much sooner.
Early detection gave my mother a chance.
Gave me a chance.
Gave me a chance 2 times.
Talk to your doctor about getting screened.
Gene, go get a square GBL speaker. It's good.
He's back and taking over your television with a classic coming of rage story. Check out new episodes every Tuesday on USA and Sci-Fi at 10, 9 Central. And stream the latest episodes on demand now. It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Texas. Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 500. And now outside the Care Center involved in that big accident. Bubba Wallace with Parker.
Right, Rick, let's try and find out a little bit more info on what happened there. So, Bubba, you were 3 wide, it looked like, in the middle. What happened when the car got loose on you?
Just an embarrassment on my part. Just trying to get clean air, went to the middle, and I was like, this isn't good. I backed out, and by the time I backed out, it was already around. So, sorry to everybody that came here to cheer on the 23 car. Let everybody down, let my team down. So, apologize to them. They're finishing out at Kansas.
But very disappointed losing the car there.
Yeah, poor Bubba.
That's racing. That is very top. Winning a race a couple weeks ago and then wrecking super early in a race. That's what it does. This sport will humble you and it'll make you really question yourself. And these times, the only thing you can do is go back and watch that tape. What was I thinking about? What was I doing? And learn from it. As a race car driver, Junior, you know those restarts. You got to go. That's your chance to go. Can't blame a guy for trying to put it 3 wide in the middle. Can't blame him for making that move. He just did not have the car to get it to stick.
Yeah, I remember 2004 going to Vegas and hitting during the race to change shots, coming in the garage and making changes. We were so bad. It was embarrassing. And then we go win at Atlanta the next week. This sport will chew you up, but those wins, they could be coming right around the corner.
Well, as we continue to talk, William Byron leads, but the 5 of Kyle Larson on those 4 tires versus William Byron's 2 has taken this lead down to less than a half a second now. A little bit of traffic, a little bit of, I think it's just an overall better car or better left side tires. It's hard to understand which it is. It seems like the 24 can match the lap time of the 5 in clean air, but the 5 is able to not lose as much time, Rick, while lapping cars. Steve, with 25, now 24 laps to go in this stage, we have differing strategies here. The top 5 came to pit road on lap 27. They can't make it all the way to the end, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a whole wave of guys. You're going to see them on your left-hand side. Lap 38, Blaney's the first. Kyle Busch, the second car. They topped off at lap 38. Kurt Busch down there. Buescher, Keselowski. I think that's still very, very close as Larson gets a good run on Byron right here for the race lead. The lap 27 cars all have to pit again. 38, jury's still out. I think if they topped off, that means they can make it, but they're being a little coy with their fuel window. We'll see how they stretch it, see if they show their hand early in this race.
Larson up into the resin. Now he turns hard left, gets to the inside of the 24 with the momentum. Can he make the pass? He completes it before he gets to
So Larson's now the leader again.
Incredibly impressive for Kyle Larson. Just turn left.
This is, what is this link?
You know, Williams is way faster than Williams right now.
Yeah, Williams is not going to make it difficult. You don't want to do that to a teammate. You got to go out there and take care of your teammates during the playoffs. Not put them in a bad situation. It's a difficult situation for Williams to be in. You know, even when he has a great car, just to take care of these guys. Marty, what you got on the 12 car?
So, Junior, to the fuel conversation we were having a moment ago, can the teams that pitted at lap 38...
You were watching the race, by the way?
Listen to Ryan Blaney's radio from about 8 laps ago.
It sucks that not everyone has cable these days.
And Jeff, I love the match.
It's like if you're a sports fan, you gotta have cable.
He's asking his team, do you need me to save? Because if you do, I need to start saving right now. Todd Gordon told him a moment ago, I need you to stay parked behind the 9 very intentionally. He said, we're going to have to save until the end of this stage if we're going to make it all the way to the end of the stage on fuel.
Yeah, Marty, when you're a driver and you pit, you know, that far into a stage and you don't put tires on, you immediately know what your team is thinking, right? And so that's the cue. All right, what do I need to do to get that information from the team? And remember, the teams have data now. They have a really good understanding of how much fuel is flowing through that fuel injection. They can measure that. And so that's what they're looking at. As he's saving that fuel, running less throttle, they're looking at how much fuel is going through that fuel injection. Then doing the math, can we make it or not? Then they'll tell Blaney if he's saving enough or does he need to save more. Parker.
Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney's teammate, was also one of those drivers that pitted on lap 38 to top off, and it sounded like they were confident they could make it, but then just a couple laps ago, take a listen to their radio.
We have a pretty big group. The last pit was about 6 ago. There's a couple like the 18 that are talking about trying to save as many. We were 3 laps short. We don't think we can save enough, so we're talking about how we're going to handle it. Good copy.
Well, you heard that there from Jerry Bowles. You don't think we can make it, but now listen to him and look at the lap times that Keselowski is running. He's slowed down almost a second compared to the leaders here. He's running at partial throttle. You have to think he's trying to save fuel. Maybe they figure they may be able to stretch the fuel in that 2 car here.
With that report about Ryan Blaney about drafting off the 9, he doesn't care about passing the 9 because he's not really racing them. He's racing this 18 car of Kyle Busch, who's the car behind Ryan Blaney, who also came in at lap 38. Let's listen in to what Kyle and the team are thinking.
What you're looking for to make it, it seems like 100 feet. Both ends right now. We'll do that for a couple laps, and we'll see where it goes. If I need more or less, I'll let you know. See just a little bit more in 3 and 4. 1 and 2 is okay, so add a little more into 3 and 4.
Yeah, so Kyle Busch is 12 laps better on fuel than the leaders, but everyone's going to have to pit probably before the stage ends. Maybe Kyle Busch can stretch it, but I doubt it. Yeah, he'd be having to stretch that pretty damn far.
As we see Larson now lapping the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Brad not concerned about that. Why he hates being a lap down. He expects Larson to have to come to pit road here very shortly.
And you won't miss a thing of any of the strategies. We go NASCAR nonstop.
So Brad's a lap down.
At PNC Bank, we believe in the power of taking steps forward, moving ahead, whatever the pace and whatever the size. That's why we set out to help.
Oh, I just saw this video yesterday.
Financially, with small business, personal banking, wealth, and corporate solutions that help you reach your goals and plan for the future.
It's a girl.
We're doing everything we can to help you get where you want to be, because sometimes a little help is all you need. See how we can make a difference for you at PNC Bank.
I need to try it first.
These are the people who work on the front lines. They need a network that's built right. That's why we created Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
You can finally watch it now. Oh, that's great. Don't leave the stream, though.
Built for real interoperability and built for 5G.
Austin Dillon's pitting right now.
Verizon Frontline.
Larson is yet to pit, but I'm assuming he will have to in a few laps.
So what came first, the grilled cheese or the burger?
So you know the burger had to come first. You go back hundreds of years. Oh, cheese has been around hundreds of years, too.
Okay.
Sonic grilled cheese double burger.
So.
Wow, this is a good debate.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
You're invited on a crisscrossing journey
across the world of speed, setting it ablaze with full throttle insanity.
All right, Larson's pitting right now. 11 laps to go in the stage, so shit could get funky here. I really hope Kyle saves enough fuel. I don't... Maybe. I mean, I'm just not sure.
You see right there, a moment ago, Cliff Daniels said, we're going to give up stage points here, but we will be good and will not go a lap down if we take the fuel only. The first of the leaders to come down for a splash of fuel.
Byron's pitting. Reddick is pitting. Eric Jones, Matt Benedetto's pitting.
So Rick, your options are to take tires and fuel. If you're going to lose a lap anyway, you put full service on your car like the 22 of Logano is here, Parker. The fuel only, I think, is just to try to stay on the lead.
Kyle back up to third now. I don't know. Maybe he can. So Chase is pitting, Logano pitting.
So this is the difference, right? It's not the same plan for everyone.
BJ McLeod's pitting.
Where you were running on the racetrack, the 300 cars, all going to try to save a lap relative to either Blaney or Kyle Busch. We'll see who ends up being the leader here. Currently, it's Denny Hamlin, who's now.
So Denny is pitting, and that'll hand the lead over to Kyle Busch. And at this point, we don't know. We don't know if he's going to pit or not. Could he win the stage? Could he get a playoff point? Some stage points to really help him out. It's going to be close. Yeah, it really is. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if, like, he wins the stage and then runs out, like, under the caution.
Also on pit road, now coming off of pit road. Again, out front, it's the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Hamlin not in a FedEx car is weird. Yeah, it is. I remember, like, he would drive the FedEx car, like, every race, and then there'd be, like, one race a year where he'd drive the Sports Clips car. It would always be like, what the fuck?
You heard you got to save some more. So Kevin Harvick looked like he was just...
You won Darlington with that other car.
Because of that pit stop. So now Kyle Busch is the leader. Christopher Bell will still have to pit in second. Truex will have to pit for third. Ryan Blaney perhaps can make it for fourth. Kurt Busch, Buescher, Briscoe, Almirola, all pitted in an area that we think they can gamble and try to make it. We see Truex.
But Bell's also racing Kyle Busch pretty hard right here, so maybe Bell's going for some stage points. I mean, I'd be a teammate maybe, but...
Martin Truex Jr.
Martin Truex Jr. coming down pit road. It also goes back to, Steve, what you did at the caution, right, with what you can do right now. They took left-side tires only for Truex at the caution. Here they're going to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires and all the fuel they can get in as well. And they have told Ryan Blaney on the racetrack, you've got to slow way down. He has backed this pace down tremendously, trying to save fuel. Sitting in third right now, they think they can save enough to make it to the end of the stage, but it's going to be tight for all those cars that pitted at lap 38 to make it to the end of stage 1.
Ryan Blaney just ran a 31.30. Kyle Busch a 29.70. So a second and a half faster. Kyle Busch is going around this racetrack. It's amazing that if he thinks he can make it running that much faster than Blaney.
The 20 is on pit road now, so Bell has made his way onto pit road to get that splash and go. Blaney up to second now, but he's 5.9 seconds behind Kyle Busch.
Go get him, 18 was speeding on pit road. Shooting out of him. Yeah, he got that speeding penalty, and now he's...
Ryan Blaney is the 4 of Kevin Harvick. He is hoping he can run this 18 down. Not for position, but for a lap. Much the same for Corey LaJoie, who had...
Yeah, it's going to be really close with Kyle Busch because he's 64. Fuel run is 65 to 69. He pitted 64 laps ago, and there's 3 to go in the stage, so it's going to be really close. But I like that he's going for it. I like that he's not just trying to play it safe and...
Ryan Blaney here and Todd Gordon, the guys getting ready just in case. They told Ryan a moment ago, you have to completely get out of the gas.
Ryan Blaney looks a lot slower.
In the middle of 1 and 2, can't touch it. Normally you would go wide open through 1 and 2, but Blaney trying to
Yeah, Ryan Blaney looks like he might be out.
gets to the end of stage 2, stage 1, 2 laps away.
And the gamble is for basically the point.
The back spoiler being changed does it helps drivers' speed
They are not. We showed earlier.
or momentum, yeah.
Dots, look at this. 3 green dots. Middle of the straightaway. Hard throttle. Half throttle. All he's trying to do
Oh, Ryan Blaney's not out. He's just trying to save.
now pit road is closed.
Kyle Busch.
2 away from the end of the stage. 4 of Kevin
Man, this feels like a fuel mileage race, and it's just for the stage.
That's a big break for the 4 of Harvick.
This is the final lap, and Harvick trying to stay in front of that 18, but Kyle Busch could put a lot of cars a lap down here. Currently, only 12 are on the lead lap, 13 including Harvick now.
All right, so Kyle Busch wins the stage.
The same strategy. He ran out.
Oh, I think Kyle might be out.
Pit stop and a penalty, and with that, Kyle Busch playoff.
Stage 1 winner.
Playoff points don't matter anymore, but you know what matter? Those 10 points. He's going to score for winning the first stage. A big gamble for Kyle Busch pays off. Ryan Blaney, I want to say coast across the line. It doesn't sound like there was a lot of spark in the 12th car. Will end up second. And now you have to hope you have enough fuel to get to pit road.
Kyle Busch wins stage 1.
Right, Jeff? You might have said, hey, I'm going to shut it off and coast it from here all the way around and pick up.
Reminds me of last year. And there's the caution.
There, but everybody in the top 10 grabbing stage points. Very important for the playoff drivers. Kyle Busch, Blaney, Larson, 1, 2, 3.
My thing is, can Kyle Busch make it to where he has to pit now? Like, can he make it even under caution, or will he run out under yellow?
Captain, you don't know how proud it makes me to say that.
And you don't like surprises.
Once an SVU detective, always an SVU detective. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to help people.
SVU, Thursday on NBC.
He breathes. He kills. He dies. Tonight.
Rated R in theaters now.
At Marvin, we make more than just windows and doors. We make fresh breezes and nightlights, relaxing retreats, open invitations, and peace of mind. At Marvin, we make windows and doors inspired by how
Maybe being in that wreck was a good... Well, he wasn't really involved in the wreck, but he did get a tiny bit of damage.
Showroom today.
Why'd my TV freeze? My TV is frozen. It's kind of infuriating. Give it 10 more seconds. Alright, let's turn the cable box off. Cable box off. And now turn it back on. Still frozen.
Yeah, this is an interesting presentation here. It's got a 327 cubic inch.
There we go. Blaney made it. Yeah, he did, but barely. I don't even know who's out right now. Maybe someone just ran out under caution.
Backstretch here at Texas Motor Speedway. You see a throwback paint scheme there from Steve Whitaker Jr., who won the late models. That throwback paint scheme, of course, is our own Jeff Burton. Exide 99. The sprint car winner was Dylan Westbrook on Friday night. So pretty cool little throwback there from the dirt track.
I don't care if we're racing golf carts. That's a paint scheme I'm putting on it if we're coming to Texas or New Hampshire, because I've seen that paint scheme very fast at both locations. So now we have Kyle Busch, Blaney, all of these cars trying to save gas, trying to get to pit road. And then after they pit, we're going to have to reset all of this, because a lot of the guys that pitted under green are now going to have to take the wave around and stay out. So we're going to let pit stop cycle through, and then we'll kind of reset the field.
So Kyle Busch is now +4. And he is pitting, so he didn't make it to pit road, which is good.
Taking his car back and forth. Like, you have to ask yourself if it has enough fuel even to get to pit road.
be running because the tack is what he is able to determine what pit road speed is. Parker.
And that was the same case for his teammate Brad.
Is Sam Darnold swing ghost? What? Sam Darnold? He's...
All the way to getting one stage point, finishing 10th in that first stage. He also wants to get that car a little bit tightened up before it gets your tires and feel good.
Seeing ghosts. He was seeing ghosts?
Crew chiefs always ask the driver, what were the tips? He said, I have no idea. It was kind of busy in here. He did save enough fuel to make it.
Sam Darnold used to play for the Jets, which I think is funny.
Kyle Larson gains a couple spots and leads with the lead on pit road, Rick.
As Steve mentioned, we will reset the field when we come back.
So Kyle Busch came off pit road first. And he got 4 tires.
For the savings event of the year, the Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon.
And this Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon.
Remember last week?
What we might bundle.
Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon. Bundle cars, trucks.
What happened last week? I mean, I do remember last week there was a race and then there was a baseball game. Multiple baseball games.
Forever ago and will probably never end. Home and Auto Bundle Extravafesta Save-a-thon. Say it with me. Home and Auto Bundle. No one's leaving till you say it right.
Pain happens in many forms, but that doesn't scare Blue Emo. Delivering fast-acting pain relief in a cream, spray, and lidocaine in a soft foam applicator. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. Official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis. Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our new Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Please no speeding penalty. Yeah, if he gets a fucking speeding penalty, I'm gonna shoot myself. What's up, Safe Moon? How you doing?
So much news, they asked the fastest guy they could find to tell you now you can eat fresh and fast with this Subway delivery.
Everyone be sure to drop a like on the stream. It would be much appreciated. Mucho apreciado.
Yeah? Well, mine's always got my back.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than Harvick.
Okay, that's fast.
You got a lot of people today. Yeah, we got 12 people in here. Thank you guys.
Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Can the internet do that? Hey guys,
Be sure to share the stream. Do people even do that anymore? Do people even share videos anymore? I don't even know where you'd share it, but just share it.
Insane. So alert your friends and family and go watch music legend cover bands get in the ring.
Clash of the Cover Bands, all new Wednesdays at 9:30, only on E. Set your DVR.
NBC's La Brea is TV's #1 news show, and it's keeping everyone on the edge of their seat. Don't miss an earth-shattering all-new La Brea Tuesday on NBC.
Read title of this vid.
Once again, down on pit
What a waste of popcorn.
What you think of that first stage, Brad?
I thought it was really, really interesting, and for me, it's about the tire wear as we go throughout the day. And yesterday, Jeff Burton really showed us a
Man, that's
model
fucked.
and how these tires wear and these markers they use to figure out the tire wear. The thing I'm looking at, these are the 2 tires off of Brad Keselowski's car. He ran about 75 laps. I find it interesting, and Steve, I want you to answer this for me. You see the wear on these tires. There's plenty of wear, but the tires don't seem to lose grip throughout the run, but the race cars get loose. Explain that to me a little bit.
Well, I think there's 2 real big things. Well, 3, you talk about tires in general. They get hot, the air pressure builds up.
Sam Darnold's back to seeing ghosts.
It wears off the tire. When you come to a big track like this, I believe that it
Oh.
starts with temperature. And as they ride around on the caution, even on old tires, they cool off, they fire off, they have grip again. The tire wear, you see right there, there's actually a little bit of cords. If we stay on this same shot right there, that's tire wear with have actually worn all the way through the rubber and into the fabric. That's why that number's only 19 versus 45 next to it. So you know, while they don't slow down, Jeff, you have to be concerned as a crew chief, or at least understand what you think the durability is. Because the worst thing that you can do is leave a tire on a car too long and have it.
Yeah, that did. I did read what he said. He was saying that he was seeing ghosts.
Don't show weakness up we might have. You know, you get nervous when you see that cordon on that inside edge of that tire, because you're going to run these tires a long time. We've seen the speed doesn't matter, but if you wear that inside edge out, it can expose yourself to a blown tire. You do not need that, obviously.
Yeah, those numbers are just basically a measurement of how deep those holes are. They start at a certain number, and then you come back in, you measure it, and you just do the math from before to after. It tells you how much tire rubber has been used in that area of the tire. So it's just data, man. Reams and reams of data. That's one part of crew chiefing I don't miss. Is it feels like every week was an SAT.
All right, let's take a look at the playoff leaderboard presented by
Drake Bell is a piece of shit.
So as they're running, Kyle Busch is the race leader. Atop this list now, Kyle Larson, 54 points ahead of Chase Elliott right now. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin.
Kyle Busch is the leader, so obviously he'd be in right now, but...
So basically the top 11 cars or so, all the way back to Keselowski pitted, took 4 tires, fuel, they've been reset. Mark Truex Jr. was given a free pass.
Here's what I'll say. If Kyle Busch wins this race, I will stay on for NLCS Game 2. If Kyle Busch wins this race, I will stay on for NLCS Game 2. Now, I might anyway, depending on when this race ends, but if he wins today, I will stay alive for Game 2.
Kyle Busch on the inside, Kyle Larson on the outside. Battle of the Kyles here at Texas. William Byron shoving that 18 up front. And Chase Elliott also running that low line on the inside of Ryan Blaney.
Rams 37-3 Giants. Damn, that's a blowout.
Playoff drivers up here toward the front of the field.
That big accident has really changed the complexion of the race a little bit. You have to understand with a smaller field, some of the data is not good anymore about when you think there'll be yellows, how many cars will be in the lead lap, the risk of different pit calls. Man, the Ford, I thought he was going to go 3 wide underneath the 9 of Chase Elliott. He chose not to. You see right there, that shallow entry makes him get out of the gas in the middle of the corner. I assume he got a little tight there, drivers.
Yeah, that's right. When he turned early, that messed up his angle of attack into turn 1. So then the car got up the racetrack and got tight. He's recovered now. He's got forward momentum, but see 3 wide.
Yeah, the 12. Blaney had to get up the racetrack there. Lost a few spots. Hendrick teammates side by side here. Larson trying to get around the 24 of Byron. Byron wants him to go ahead. Like, I really don't want to be racing you.
Well, he's up front now, so Kyle Larson ahead of William Byron. Now it's Chase Elliott's turn to figure out how to get by the 24.
Williams got a fast enough car to run with these guys and maybe even outrun them at certain points of this race, but also take care of those teammates. These playoffs, very frustrating when you have such a great car. Stuart Haas teammates back there behind Chase.
Well, look at this. The 4 and the 9 side by side. How will the 2 race each other here on the 1.5 miles?
Something must have happened in his 18 car around turn 1 and 2. He's going to get down, try to side draft and slow the 5 car down. William will not help him down this front straightaway, though. That would have absolutely helped him clear the 5. William's going to help his teammate, Larson. Now William goes up to get the good arc into the corner. Larson to the lead.
Larson has the lead over Kyle Busch.
The 4 car back there, though, is showing some great speed, guys, after not really having a whole lot in the first stage. Is driving up the
20-yard punt.
4 car. He's going to find it difficult to make that pass, though.
But what a recovery, Dale, to your point.
I didn't even see a punt.
Lost spots early. Great adjustment.
Oh, there it is.
Rodney Childers, great information by Kevin Harvick. He looks like he has a much more competitive car.
And we talked about how he might have been on the racetrack and needed to get the pit road to be able to make the adjustments to get that car clearance the track or even get it lower if it was too high. That splitter has to be right at the racetrack. It doesn't need to be hitting it. If it is too high, the car's not going to have good growth. It made some good adjustments.
Now my phone dropped.
Tyler Reddick in the 8 car. Coming off of a career run last week in 2nd place. Rope.
And William Byron on the bottom of the racetrack right here. They're starting to line up on him. If he can't make this pass, look at all of them migrating to the top of the racetrack. They're hoping to get on the outside of him to take that spot. It'll be really hard to pass Kyle Busch, but you can see right here, Tyler Reddick's going to try to fill that gap. Try to follow Kyle Busch around.
Or that paint scheme on the old 8 car.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have to imagine that wasn't a mistake.
Little throwback there.
Watch the 8 car push the 18. Gives him just a little bit of a shot getting turn 1, trying to use the momentum. But William Byron, a lot of speed on the bottom, is able to clear Kyle. William Byron, guys, you know,
I love that Tyler Reddick paint scheme today. It looks a lot like Dale Earnhardt's paint scheme, but with the 8.
Did a great job of driving.
It looks really cool.
Things just didn't work out. And in my eyes, it wasn't Williams' fault. It was just circumstances. This is going to play dividends for William Byron, though, moving into the future. He can use this experience to help win a championship. Here he is in position, get himself back in position, trying to win this race. Tyler Reddick gets into the back of him. Now Williams got to get in here, stop, and then get going again. And that really took away an opportunity to win. And then Williams pushed a little bit too hard, trying to make something happen. So put himself in position, got pushed off the racetrack, and boom, you're out of the playoffs. A great performance by Williams. Kelly.
It was essentially a must-win situation, and even though they came up a little bit short, crew chief Rudy Fugle told me they immediately put it behind him that night, and he said, look, I think moving forward, this is a really good lesson for us. We have proved to ourselves that when we're in a situation like that with our backs up against the wall, we really can rise to the occasion. So he said, look, it's disappointing to be out of the playoffs this year, but this is something we will take us moving forward in the future.
The last 2 laps, William Byron has been faster than the 5. Oh, a wiggle right there with the 5 car. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe he's got a little bit of rear security issue. It's hard to tell at these tracks where the draft plays a role. You know, I'm so used to lap time being just a
Oh, he posted the same link twice.
Someone else, but I really think if you have relatively equal cars, the 24 can use the draft of the 5 to actually improve his lap time.
You see right here, watch the 5 car going through those bumps. See how rough it is? Ends up getting loose. These cars with this rule package, low horsepower, high downforce, you would think they would be easy to drive, but they're anything but. The crew chiefs have found a way to get as much downforce off them as they can, and the drivers still kind of be in the throttle, and they're just so on edge. And because of the low horsepower,
Who Knows Whom was the race concert for Texas?
You don't know you're loose until it's too late.
Oh, that's the name of the band, Who Knows Whom.
The cars are really twitchy and very difficult to drive.
Yeah, I've learned that to go fast, the car is going to have to be slick and out of the track, loose. And I never thought it'd be possible, but the crew chiefs have figured out a way to make this car with all its downforce drive pretty bad. But that's what it takes to go fast, Steve.
Yeah, that's it, right? I can make it drive good, but you're not going to like how slow it goes.
Brzezinski's nose to tail here. Larson.
Wait, what happened? What even happened? What? I don't even know what I'm watching. I'm actually... Wait, Val, if you could explain that video to me, I'd be, like, really happy. Because I have no clue what the hell I just watched.
Betty is saving big holiday shopping on Amazon. So now...
Dustin Lynch for the Bama race.
Bear hug Betty. Settle in, kids. You'll be there a while.
Remember I watched, who was it?
Bank believes that if a pair of goggles can help your back
Jimmy Allen, I think it was, at the Dover race.
help you budget even better. Virtual wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
Raw power is an iron fist. Ram power puts it in a velvet glove. Raw power lifts with its legs. Ram power also lifts with its brains. Raw power gets it done. Ram power does what's never been done before by anyone. Discover Ram Power during Ram Power Days.
During Ram Power Days, get 0% financing for 72 months on most 2021 Ram 1500.
Can you tell us who's our top 10 drivers? So yeah, actually I have the leaderboard right here, but we got Larson in first, second William Byron, third is Kyle Busch, fourth is Tyler Reddick, running fifth Kevin Harvick, and Chase Elliott's in sixth. That could be interesting. Seventh is Blaney, eighth is Keselowski, ninth is Logano, and Truex is running in 10th. It said on the thumbnail that the guy would slowly show her his dick. Oh, yeah, because I did see him, like, messing with his pants. I was like...
I need to try it first. There's this urban legend about Charles Lee Ray. He was a serial killer who died.
Is Recky Stenhouser causing any wrecks? No, because the majority of the time he doesn't actually cause wrecks. People only, like, look at the few times that he does cause wrecks.
It's kill or be killed. He's back in Hackensack on a mission.
Most of the time, Stenhouse is actually not causing crashes. Oh, you can say that for anyone. I mean, yeah, technically most of the time Kyle Busch is not crashing, but when he is...
Stream the latest episodes now.
NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Texas. The Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 500. Kyle Busch was up front for 20 laps. He's now running in the third spot, Kelly.
And time for the Toyota driver update as we look at Kyle Busch. Stage one now running third. And here's what he said about his race car a few laps ago.
Just want to see him fucking win, man.
So you heard that last bit. Car's good now. The guys ahead of him just playing faster. It should be worth noting his teammate Denny Hamlin has dropped down to 12th. Also complaining about a chatter.
Fight for fourth between Reddick and Harvick. Marty.
Talk about a playoff disruptor. How about Tyler Reddick sitting in fourth once again? Yes, for the second last week. In fact, in his last 3 races, he had 2 finishes of 6 or better and having a terrific run here. And when you look at this round for Tyler Reddick, so good here at Texas. He might even be better at Kansas next week. So this RCR bunch, Parker, has really turned it up. Reddick again, solidly in the top 5.
Right, and that car right behind him, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. This bunch has really turned it up. You know, this has been a struggle for them this season. These 550 horsepower tracks, really for Stuart Haas as a whole. And I had an interesting conversation with his teammate Eric Almirola, who talked about where they've lacked that raw speed. They've tried to make up for it by really trimming these cars out, trying to find the ways to get rid of the drag on the 1.5 miles and making that the drivers can still drive that. And he talked about how edgy these cars are. And you guys were just alluding to before the break about how on edge these cars get. He said it's getting sketchier and sketchier trying to hold on to these. But when you have the speed that pays off, if you can get some of that clean air, it can really pay dividends. You see Kevin Harvick with a great recovery, getting up to the top 5 as he tries to fend off Ryan Blaney here, using that speed to his advantage.
So trimming the car out is really this simple, Rick. Stick your hand out the window, go down the interstate. Turn it straight up and down. You feel a lot of pressure against your hand. That's a lot of downforce. But it's also a lot of drag. It's hard for your hand to go through the air. Turn your hand the other way. Make it flat to the ground. And there's not a lot of pressure on your arm. But guess what? There's not a lot of downforce either. It's very, very low drag. So these cars are going low drag. Top speed, very high. Grip in the corner, very low. That becomes a challenge for the race car driver it's his job to get it through the corner. The engine shop and the crew chief, we're going to get it down the straightaway. Buddy, you're going to have to get it through the corner.
I think the driver has the harder job there, Steve.
Well, yeah, that's why they have Jets and motorhomes. They're the stars of the sport, which I love. They should be the stars. Kevin Harvick is a star because he has the ability to do something with the race car that I can only dream of. I know how you're supposed to drive a car.
Lula Brazil, Lula Brazil, Lula Brazil, Lula Brazil.
He has a natural ability. You see another sport.
Hit that thumbs up button on our happy trails until we meet again. Thank you.
Drivers don't pretend that they don't have a skill set that the rest of us don't have.
Harvick right now using that skill set, staying up in the top 5 and falling back quickly at the start of the race. They've figured something out there with that team. And this is the first time that Kevin Harvick has not been a part of
Kyle Busch plus 16 right now.
Since the playoffs started.
That's right. And we saw just a minute ago how he raced the 12 car of Ryan Blaney. Ryan a little bit frustrated with the 4 car, but this is an opportunity that we don't get to see Kevin Harvick in this position. A non-playoff driver.
WinVal spam is when they comment multiple comments. It's like if each of those comments were like, if he said Lula Brazil, and it was all multiple comments, then that would be spam. But that's not spam. Like, I'll show you, like. That's spam. That would be spam.
Kevin Harvick trying to get away from everybody, just got into turn 1 too hard and ended his day.
Best quote, Chase Elliott, when asked about all of this, he basically wishing you a merry off-season and a happy Christmas. That was Chase Elliott's quote about Kevin Harvick. And then the Chase Elliott store said, you know what, I got an idea. I think we can sell some T-shirts, some sweatshirts. NASCAR's most popular driver, multiple years. You know, it's tongue-in-cheek, but I thought it was an interesting comment. It was a well-timed comment, and I hope sells a whole lot of. If you're a Chase Elliott fan, buy a sweatshirt. Why not? If you're a Kevin Harvick fan, you boo the guy that's wearing the Chase Elliott sweatshirt. Totally fine.
Chase Elliott mentioned earlier today when speaking to the media, our own Dustin Long, he said,
Oh, do you anything in one sentence that is the same as spam? Yeah, it's not spam to me, though.
Focus forward on what's in front of us and what's in front of this team. Right now, he's focused forward on the board of Kevin Harvick that's in front of him.
I mean, listen, Chase Elliott has a championship to go win this year, and you know you can't let distractions get in the way of that. So Chase Elliott does need to move on beyond it. He needs to focus on winning this championship, not on a particular driver that's not in the playoffs.
And you know it's not lost on Kevin Harvick that having such a dominant season.
You understand me? That's good.
9 wins, no wins this year. That to me, that team, that's probably what's on their mind now post this incident with Chase. They're moving on trying to figure out how they can get to victory lane before the end of the season with all their few shots left. Marty, what you got on the 12 car now?
Well, Junior Ryan Blaney seems to get better as these runs go on, stalking Kevin Harvick to move himself back into the top 5. Struggles with it on the early half of the run. You know, when I talked to Todd Gordon, his crew chief, this morning, he said NASCAR as a sport does not offer many advantages. To him, this is the most important race of the year if you're a playoff team because it does come with an advantage. That advantage, 2 weeks to get ready for the championship 4. If you're a playoff team and you win this race, you automatically advance. He said, I have no question in my mind that in 2018, when I was Joey Logano's crew chief, we won the first race of that round.
Spam is repeatedly sending the same message over and over, yeah, and like multiple comments. And honestly, sometimes I don't even mind it. I want everybody to spam right now. Everybody who is in the chat, please spam the fuck out of it.
You can't buy time. We talk all the time about the effort and the resources of the largest race team.
Everyone's spam right now.
At home, don't believe they're endless. Most of my job as a crew chief at Hendrick Motorsports, one of the largest, was directing the effort to what car or what department or what approach for the next week. While they had a lot of resources and more than the smaller teams, they're not endless. These crew chiefs still have to decide where those resources are going to go. So if you can win here, your resources instantly going to go to Phoenix. I'll even add one more, Rick. If you win here, it somewhat helps your teammates as well because then the
there we go.
Can focus on your teammates when you go to Kansas and Martinsville and their approach.
Up front, Kyle Larson, William Byron, Hendrick Motorsports, 1 and 2 here in Texas.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
My internet streams to my ride.
Yeah? Well, mine's always
Stage 2 so far has been caution free.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster.
Stage 2 ends lap 210.
That's fast.
My internet's so fast, it keeps up with me. Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5.
I didn't know Byron led 55 laps.
I need to try it first.
The USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. Lucia, who announces her intentions even if no one's there. And Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start saving. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
The seasons are changing, and your tires may be ready for a change, too. Get ready for the road ahead at Midas. Right now, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires at Midas.com.
Welcome to the Jenny 500, folks. We have a strong lineup today. Starting at row number 1 with the Wings.
A real contender coming in with a lot of heat, Bob.
Next is Sushi, who's been on a bit of a roll of late. And finally, we have Cheeseburger.
A rare choice for Jenny.
All right, let's see what Jenny is going to order. Wow, tacos with the upset.
No matter what you're craving, order from DoorDash and get it delivered right to your door.
DoorDash, get more to your door.
Someone in this room is disloyal. All my life, all I've ever been taught is to trust only family. All the dominoes fall in a row. Convince me it wasn't you who tipped the police.
One more spam it timeout.
Thank the voice gods for shining on me.
Only time people out if I tell you to. Or like, they're just saying some like fucked up shit.
The Voice, Monday and Tuesday on NBC.
So many things in the great state of Texas for fans to wrap their arms around. Right here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Texas Motor Speedway has been a staple since really the turn of the century. Greetings from Texas Motor Speedway. And the season winding down for Cup Series. Just 3 races will remain after this one here at Texas. Kansas will be on NBCSN, and then Martinsville and Phoenix, the championship race. Those will be simulcast on Peacock, and that QR code on the right side of your TV, just go ahead and take a shot of that. That will take you to sign up for Peacock and help you out there. So make sure that you have that as an option. Martinsville, Phoenix ending up that season.
Oh my fucking god, my AC's still not working.
There's so many different tracks and so many different opportunities for fans to experience.
I've been trying to fix it for like...
From big tracks, small tracks, short tracks, speedways. Oh, the 9 of Chase Elliott. We heard that he might be reporting the vibration, and here he is.
Yeah, Chase Elliott's pitting.
Sounds like a loose wheel for the 9 of Chase Elliott. He comes to pit road, pit crew ready. First pit stall, Parker.
Right, unscheduled stop, as you said, because that vibration was about a couple laps ago. He came on the radio and said, I don't know what it is, but I've got an issue. Then mentioned the vibration, then said, I'm going to have to come in the next 2 to 3 laps. He went as far as he could, and now on pit road, 4 tires. You saw that adjustment to try to get the right rear in the track a little bit more, but unscheduled stop for the 9, and an early stop. So probably, what, 20 laps or so from when we thought we'd see stops?
Yeah, Parker, I think you're right. 20, 25 laps till the rest of the field needs to pit for fuel. Good news for Chase Elliott inside his fuel window. He can run to the end of stage 2 from this green flag pit stop. Bad news for the 9 of Chase Elliott. Taking tires will put him a lap down, so here would basically cost the 9. You know, he would take the wave around, get back in the lead lap, but he'd lose all that track position. He'd be at the back of the field. So, but I do like Chase Elliott, defending champ. He's a matter of fact, I'm coming. I'm not riding it, you know, and people say, well, if it's loose, you have to come. We've seen drivers be stubborn and go all the way until a wheel failure, end their day. So, drivers, you know how tough it is for you guys to pit. Even though you know you have a vibration, you just hate to come to pit road if you don't have to.
Yeah, I think the one thing that concerns me is that it happens so late in the run. You know, and that, typically when you have a loose wheel, you're dealing with that from the very start of coming off pit road after the wheel is changed. Now, for that vibration to creep in late in the run, out of nowhere, is a little concerning. We'll have to monitor and see if that has been fixed as a result of this pit stop.
Well, and we're assuming it's a loose wheel. Could even be a tire, right? We just know he has a vibration. I'm sure the team will take a look at it. Parker can check it out down there. If it is a loose wheel, you know, they'll see damage on the wheel itself. Regardless, though, it was a vibration, Parker.
Right, and Alan Gustin just came on the radio to tell Chase it was a right front tire issue there for the 9, so it was really good that he came down pit road. The right front was actually going down. So we talked about tire issues and how far these cars can run. It seems like there was an issue there, the 9 on the right front.
Well, there you go, Junior. You know, you thought it was kind of odd for a wheel, so it wasn't a wheel. It was actually a tire. We showed that tire earlier off another car that had a little bit of tire wear. I mean, these cars, oh, there you have it. I'm going to tell you, at 180 miles an hour, I don't know what it feels like from behind the wheel, but that cannot feel good.
And so that's the problem here. We've had cars have right front failures at this racetrack. All right, now that we know that they're in the throttle, there's a lot of corner speed down through turns 3 and 4. With that added grip, there's more corner speed. All right, with the resin up the racetrack, that's new here. That's a new issue that's unknown for these teams. Are we going to start to see tire issues? Could there be some teams impacted by tire issues beyond this point?
Well, and that makes you very nervous. You know, this kind of racetrack, if you have right front tire failure, you can just absolutely destroy your car. Big hits, seen that in the past. So guys struggling right here, guys. Martin Truex Jr., back there running 11th. I mean, this is not the kind of run we thought we would see from these Joe Gibbs racing cars today. We really thought they were going to bring speed. Denny Hamlin running 9th. See right there in a big battle with the 22 car with Joey Logano, but just not the speed so far from these guys we expected coming into here.
Well, listen, we talked about it at the top of the show. We'll remind everybody, when you look at these 8 playoff drivers, 6 championships, 231 wins. These are the heavyweights of the heavyweights. You know, you could argue Kevin Harvick's resume would add to this, but he was unable
Logano's
to advance.
pitting.
When you look at the drivers that could advance. These are the biggest names, the biggest stars, the most impressive resumes as we see the 22 of Logano come off pit road for service. Parker.
As the pit window opens here, the 22 Logano, one of the first leaders off in an unscheduled stop like the 9 to come down pit road here. It's going to be 4 tires. You see that adjustment in the right rear, also trying to get that right rear in the racetrack. A lot of these drivers fighting loose as these runs go on. And as those tires wear, Joe Logano's away.
You talk about those 2 Gibbs cars, these 2 Penske cars of Brad Keselowski and Joe Logano. Also, not many stage points today. They're going to have to figure out how to get stage points. They're going to continue to fall behind in his points.
We saw 22 on pit road. Remember, he took the wave around, so he had to come in and pit. He needed fuel. A lot of those guys now that did take the wave around are all pit road. If they don't, they're going to run out of fuel.
I love the fact that it's anything but clear and they don't all fit together. Why it can be confusing at home. It makes the job of the crew chief and the drivers, to be quite honest. It's hard to stay focused. You talk about distractions. Well, if you're a race car driver and you're seeing other lead lap cars pitting, now you're like, well, should I be pitting? Am I not pitting? What's our plan? Hand out the window right there from Brad Keselowski, a little wave. I think that was just a thank you to the car he passed.
Yeah, as we see so many teams on so many different strategies, Steve, it's going to work out for a few of these guys. Whatever they've done early in this race to get off strategy or off the typical strategy, that's going to work out for somebody here late in this race as it continues to fall out.
And this race is so long. You know, we keep saying you have to avoid mistakes. I look at it a different way. I think they're all going to make a mistake today. It's just how big is it? We may not even know about it, right? It might be such a small mistake behind the wheel or a small mistake on the pit stop. No one is perfect. You're just trying to be as close to excellent as you can be, and you got to be a little lucky to make sure your mistake is managed and hopefully early enough in the race that you can recover, Marty.
And Steve, here's the interesting thing. Kyle Larson has clearly caught Joey Logano right there. And Kyle made the point to Cliff Daniels a moment ago, I don't want to get stuck here behind the 22. And Cliff Daniels said, go
Caution.
Then we'll come to pit road. So
Caution is out.
Pit road is determined really by the traffic that's around you as caution is on the racetrack.
Yeah, we've got debris on the racetrack bringing the caution out. This is the 4th.
That was weird. I was literally just thinking 2 laps ago, like, what if we had a caution right now? And then we did.
That was a big break for Chase Elliott. He was just in front of Joe Logano, just in front of the leader, Kyle Larson. And his pace wasn't quite good enough to stay only 1 lap down. You get trapped 2 laps down in a situation like today, that could be a big deal, big problem.
It is hard to overcome 2 laps down.
Yeah. So lucky break for the 9.
2, 3, 4. I'm trying to think myself. That's what happens, Rick. When you get to 2, you go, well, I got to throw a Hail Mary. Well, how many interceptions do you see, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a slippery slope. You try to go from 2 to 1, you end up going from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5.
Yeah, the 2 playoff drivers that were a lap down were not in position for the free pass. Chase Elliott and Logano were scored 16th and 17th. Right now, Suarez on our scoring monitor is scored 12th, and he's the first car lap.
Briscoe having a good run. Yeah, he is. He's running up in 10th right now.
Which we assume they all will. They have to for fuel.
So everyone's going to pit,
Chase Elliott and Joe Logano to stay on the racetrack.
and then they'll be good to the end of the stage.
And then pass the pace car. You see right here is the debris on the backstretch. And run over by the 22. It looked like a little piece of carbon fiber or fiberglass. And, you know, this isn't the Roval a week ago or Watkins Glen. I mean, this is the high speed. We just saw the right front tire.
721 days since Connecticut won an NCAA football game.
You cannot leave cars running 180 miles an hour with any sort of debris out there like that could flatten the tire. And with that big wreck, we mentioned how it's going to change the complexion of the race. Those are the types of things, right? I'm assuming, but with all the cars taped up right around here, that probably came off one of those wrecked race cars.
11 cars on the lead lap. We expect all 11 to make their way onto pit road.
Man, how can you go that long without...
Led by Kyle Larson, William Byron, Kyle Busch, Blaney, Harvick, Keselowski, Hamlin. Let's go to Kelly.
Kyle Busch in the 18 car pitting from the 3rd position. He said it started off loose and the car came to him. By the end, he was just a little bit tight. I heard a code, Jose Cuervo for the call, so we'll see what that entails, and it looks like a 4-tire stop, Marty.
Ryan Blaney comes in fourth. He said his car was so tight at the beginning of the run, it was shattering the tires. There you see the chassis adjustment, trying to free him up a little bit again. Really good in the middle part of the run. Kyle Larson said his car was too tight as well. And Cliff Danielson, I hear you, bud, but you're 0.3 faster than the rest of the field. 4-tire change and a quick one for Larson. They hold on to the lead.
I'd be selling the code words to sponsors, Rick.
Jose Cuervo, apparently.
Subway has so much new, so they asked the fastest guy they could
UConn
find
usually plays shit teams, but now they are in the AAC. Like since they left the Big East, they played trash teams. No speeding penalty, please. Yeah, that'd be fucking annoying.
Look at those.
I didn't even see where he came out.
When is the last time they were this happy?
I know, right? This place is pretty special.
It really is.
This isn't just freight. These aren't just shipments. They're promises. Promises of all shapes and sizes. Each with a time and a place they've been promised to be. A promise is everything to Old Dominion because it means everything to you.
Ow.
Racing. It's simple. Go fast. Like Speedy Fast. Keep it friendly and win. The official sponsor of the SpeedyCash.com Victory Lane at Texas Motor Speedway. Speedy Cash. Simple, fast, and friendly.
Welcome to America's Big Deal.
America's Big Deal lets you shop and help your favorite entrepreneurs make it to the top.
The first ever big deal is Sneaky Boo.
Who will be next to get the deal of a lifetime?
This means everything to me.
You shop live and decide. They make a big deal.
Macy's is buying.
America's Big Deal. Shop live and decide. Thursdays at 9 on USA.
Before we went away to break, you heard this song. That's Jason Aldean's song, Texas Was You, and a little tie with Jason Aldean and a couple drivers out on the racetrack right now. Yes, that's a young Tyler Reddick and a very young Kyle Larson on the right side there. How about that? Back in 2005, you know, Kyle Larson now 29 years old. Tyler Reddick, 25 years old. So about 20 years ago, a little less than 20 years ago.
UConn 2 years ago played Rhode Island regularly.
And interestingly, now both racing at the highest level of stock car racing.
Well, they look like a little mini outlaw race. They were standing both in front of those wing cars. I'd love to watch it. Those two battling on little mini outlaws, that would have been a... I feel bad for the poor kid that ran behind him but thought he just had a bad night.
Yeah.
Those two ended up being pretty good.
Pretty solid careers that they have made out of this racing. Download the official app of NASCAR. You can follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, radio broadcast. Search NASCAR in your app store to download. Start a free trial today.
With about 41 laps to go on this stage, you'll see Brad Keselowski lined up in that second row. This team doesn't have the speed, but they are doing an amazing job executing.
Now they want a football game. That's good.
And this is his opportunity. No, only one stage point, stage one. Could get some more here.
It's Kyle and Kyle again making up row one.
Back green.
With 40 laps to go in stage 2 for this restart.
As we talked, the 9 and the 22 took the waiver round, so while they're in the top 15 for position, they're all the way at the back of the pack for this restart.
And the 5 surging ahead quickly. William Byron in the 24, trying to make that inside line work for him. 18 of Kyle Busch.
Motherfucker.
The racetrack he goes.
We heard that radio from him earlier in the race where he was
Kyle and Kyle show, hell yeah.
on the right front and the
Everyone
rear,
loves the
meaning
Kyle and
the
Kyle
car
show.
always felt like it was going to spin
Now
out.
they are in American Athletic Conference.
Came right after a restart. Then later in the run, he got
Carolina lost the ball.
here maybe the biggest weakness with this 18 car, taking off on restarts.
What a great opportunity to ride on board. That 2 car to see that battle playing out. So Kyle's still way up the racetrack.
Carolina playing like Vanderbilt.
Piece of camera with Kevin Harvick as he tries to take the spot away from Brad Keselowski. Little bottoming out right there, couple bumps through the bottom of turns 3 and 4. Good early run speed on this 24 car of William Byron. Every time they put on tires, he puts a little bit of pressure on his teammates. 5 car seems to stretch it on the long run, though.
Dale, I asked myself, do you think they're working together? In Michigan, we saw them run away from each other in the corners, nose to tail down the straightaways, and have the patience to not try to pass each other. To try to
3 years ago they were playing teams up north. Now they play Cincinnati versus East Carolina.
Yeah, I don't think he'll try to pass his teammate. I'd be surprised if he did. Larson would have to be well off pace for the 24 to put his teammate in that situation. But that's a great idea to actually push him away on the straightaways. Run a different lane in the corners so you don't lose a lot of ground to the 5 car, and then push him again down the next straightaway and build that gap to 3rd place. Great battle right here. 12 now on the outside of 18. Again, we ride on the roof of the Ford Performance camera to be able to see Brad Keselowski help his teammate draft by and take 3rd place.
3 cars in that outside lane using that draft, trying to pin Kyle Busch to the bottom of the racetrack. Kyle's car has gotten better as this run has gone, but look at them all trying to gang up on him here.
He went to the bottom and didn't make the pass on the 12, and now in a position to lose a few more spots.
Look what Harvick's doing, though. Kevin Harvick is not following that 2 car. He's below the 2 car, getting air to that left front. Now here comes Kyle's brother, Kurt.
Kyle's back in 7th now. This is fucked.
He's going to slide up in front of his brother and take that spot away. He could have stayed on the bottom of the racetrack. Now Brad with a big run down the back straightaway. This 2 car waking up a little bit.
And Blaney blocked him a little bit. How about teammates? And you're racing each other to get in the playoffs. Next round of playoffs, too. Look at Harvick right behind. The 12 of Blaney got Blaney loose.
And now the 2 car in the same situation that Kyle Busch was in. Doesn't make the pass on the inside. Could lose multiple positions here. They come off of turn 2, but Kevin Harvick slides up the racetrack. That's going to give Brad the opportunity to fall in front there. Kurt Busch in the 1 car trying to make it 9 top.
Carolina going to stop. Not dead yet.
Kurt trying the bottom of the racetrack. Look at the clean air. Good racing right here. Guys are going at it. Behind them with the back of the picture, Chase Briscoe and that 14 car having a good day.
It's good to see a little energy and performance out of Stuart Haas cars. They've had none all year long. Just disastrous years for the majority of the organization, but good to see them starting to turn things around, trying something here that apparently seems to be working.
So Harvick goes to the bottom of Keselowski. Keselowski wiggled a little bit. That allowed Harvick to get by him. Keselowski now taking the battle to him. Brad's got himself in an interesting situation here. Went to the bottom. Can he make this pass? Looks like he's going to. If he didn't make this pass, they could have lined up with him and tried to pin him on the bottom. Timing your passes, Junior, is so important. Like, you're always wanting to try to pass the guy in front of you, but if look what Kurt's doing, what Kyle's doing. I'm sorry, what Kurt's doing. Kurt doesn't make this work. It's okay, because his brother Kyle is far enough behind him where it's not going to put him in a compromising position, so he can try some things.
Brad again to the inside of the 12 car, his teammate Ryan Blaney. Ryan kind of holding this group up just a little bit. And Ryan's going to fight back again and keep that.
Cincinnati moved to SEC.
I know they're teammates, but you can't. They're going to wreck each other, but you can't give anybody anything.
There's so much college football
Every
teams.
position could be a point, and we've seen 1 point matter.
Side drafting again out of Kevin Harvick as he's trying to get by the 2. The Fords all battling it right here between 2 organizations. While they're battling for that spot, Larson and Byron pulling away.
for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn.
If you've been taking
It's a new
COPD
day.
sitting down, it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trilogy.
Oh my god, this commercial break feels like it's been forever.
Daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
I have to mute that commercial. Also get claimed.
Oh, hey, Pat.
I forgot the link from before.
Toyota, let's go places.
I need to try it first.
You seriously posting from campus?
Nobody at the school would get called out for anything if it weren't for me.
It's a fun video.
How sad.
So you think one of us did it?
Wasn't it an accident?
We need to work together now.
And why should we trust you?
What is a secret worth literally killing for?
Want to take a look at today's Xfinity fastest lap, turned in by Kyle Larson, 186.483 miles per hour. That's his average speed around this track at lap 145. So Kyle Larson out front right now. He's clicked off some impressive laps. He continues to be the fastest car on the racetrack. William Byron about 9/10 of a second
You
behind
see-
him, and then it's 3 seconds back to Blaney, who's
I
running
did not
third.
see that.
Harvick, Keselowski, 4th and 5th. Kurt Busch, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch has fallen back to the 10th position.
Why is Kyle Busch falling so much?
Brought to you by DoorDash. Marty, we'll start with you.
And it starts with Kyle Larson, who's led 110 laps to this point, and yes, has to fight his teammate William Byron on the initial run. But this is the part of the run where Larson just absolutely takes off. Car still a little bit too tight for Kyle Larson, who has never made the championship 4 to this point. He keeps it up, Kelly. He'll be there this year at Phoenix.
William Byron no longer in the playoffs, but still a lot to achieve these last 4 races. As crew chief Rudy Fugle said, it has been a fun season, a big learning process, and one big change. He says that William Byron has gotten his confidence back. He believes in himself. He says, it's the William Byron I knew back from the truck days, and he likes what he sees, Marty.
What the fuck happened to Kyle? I don't know. It just that restart, that latest restart wasn't that great, and then he just kind of fell back to 10th. It's not too good.
Blaney knows the beginning of the run, that's where he struggles. Right now, car hitting the racetrack way too much. Middle of the run, they're so good, Parker.
And the driver that he's trying to run him down right now is the 4 of Kevin Harvick, who at the beginning of this race, remember, was running back in 28th place. Since then, he and Ronnie Chores have worked on this car and found ways to get the right rear in the racetrack, to get the front off the racetrack, and that allows them to get in the top 5 and show the speed, the true speed of that 4 car right now. He's quite happy with running in that second group, as you see. Behind him, Brad Keselowski remarked to the media earlier this week that he felt at the 550 tracks that 2 car had shown maybe top 10 pace, and at times a bit of top 5 pace. He said we need that top 5 pace if we want to go and challenge for this championship in this round. Well, right now running 5th, he's been very happy to see that car, even saying it was bad fast at one point, Marty.
Part of the one team of Kurt Busch sitting in the 6th position, trying to go for his 9th straight top 10 here at the Texas Motor Speedway, and also trying to make amends for last week.
29-20 Carolina 20, but it's one score game. That's a 9-score game, bro. If it's 29-20, that's not a 1-score game. That's a 9-score game. Or 28, that's an 8-score game.
About this season, he said, in the last couple races, we really started to find our footing in this 14 car. Then we went to the Roval.
Well, a touchdown and a field goal.
Although they struggle in the 550 package tracks at Stewart-Haas Racing, he felt like they've made some of the changes that they're seeing right now, the fruits of being able to run in the top 10. Right now, very happy with handling that car in clean air, Kelly.
Denny Hamlin running 8th. He has won the first race of each of the first 2 rounds of the playoff. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me that allowed them to look ahead and start working.
Yeah, 28.
Cars for tracks in the subsequent rounds.
It's not over till the fat lady sings.
Inside the top 10 right now. Maybe the second best other than William Byron. How about Tyler Reddick? Remember they got caught out by that caution a little bit earlier. Have been able to rally back. Now they're up in the 9th position and turning consistently top 5 lap times. Remember here last year in July, Kelly, he finished second. He knows the way around Texas Motor Speedway.
Remember who won stage 1? It was Kyle Busch in that 18 car, and he was running 3rd before the last caution came out. So what happened? Well, that's what Kyle would like to know. He was very frustrated a handful of laps ago, said, what did we do to this thing? And just now as I'm speaking, he came back over the radio in a much calmer tone to help diagnose the issue, but certainly they're going to have some adjustments to make, Marty.
Kelly, we talked about the issue.
They score a 2 down and a 2 point. That could also work.
What's going on with the 19 car? Listen on the radio just a moment ago. James Small, everything made the splitter lower, and this is the portion of the racetrack where he's absolutely struggling through 1 and 2, Kelly.
Christopher Bell in that 20 car no longer in the playoffs. His crew chief Adam Stevens told me their focus now is to start finishing races where they run. He said we need a little more consistency to close out 2021.
The driver is trying to hold off there. Joe Logano, the car is starting to come to him a little bit. Remember, earlier in the race, they took 2 left side tires. Since then, it's been a real fight for the 22 to get that track position back. As you see him trying to drive himself towards the top 10. The behind him, in 14th place, Chase Elliott, who had that right front issue, called it, got on pit road in a timely manner just before as that tire was going down. It was a great call by Chase Elliott. Now back on the lead lap running 14th.
Watch the link above.
11 laps to go now from Texas Motor Speedway. You won't miss a thing. Go NASCAR nonstop.
When I say I'm not in your streams, are in what?
These are the people who work on the front lines.
That comment makes no sense to the link you just sent. Literally, I have no clue.
The advanced networking technology for first responders, built on America's most reliable network.
9-minute video, I'm not watching that.
And built for 5G. It's America's #1 network in public safety. Verizon Frontline, built right for first responders.
But that's the thing about
Oh,
trains,
finally, my air
they
conditioner
don't
works
happen
again.
on your schedule. I mean, take a chestnut. It doesn't just say, oh, beg pardon, sir, there's now a good time for a jolly bit of window cracking. Oh, I mean,
So half the field is over 2 laps down, yeah. Well, I don't know, that might just be saying that. Because I know sometimes it says that you're 2 laps down on here, even though you're only 1 lap down. But I think they are. I'll see when they actually get back to the...
Which credit card could I even be approved for?
Hey, smartphone, open Credit Karma. Karma Confidence shows curated credit card offers with outstanding chances of approval.
Now that's smart.
Approved.
You did it, Jess. Yay. Jess.
See your offers and apply with Karma Confidence today.
Credit Karma. From free credit
credit scores to tailor card offers and everything in between. Download the app today.
This next step for me is for every kid out there with a dream. You will face challenges.
I'm just here to see Elliott and Harvick go at it again. I doubt they will because they were right next to each other for a while earlier and they didn't do anything. So I'm pretty sure that feud is over. Because Chase Elliott didn't even have to get his payback. Harvick was just a fucking idiot.
Campground. The fans start your season weekend that never ends. A driver's fantasy. A fan's reality. I am a history book written in rubber, signed by Smoke, and engraved in metal. I am the Daytona 500. I am NASCAR.
Who do you like in college, RJ?
Seeing some close-up
yeah, he crashed himself. It's like Elliott didn't even have to do anything. He just fucking Harvick just did it himself.
During our break there, that's the one place you can't have debris on that road.
Yeah, so most of the grill you see wide open, that's allowing more air than it needs into this 24. They actually restricted a little bit further downstream, but inside that yellow area right there, that's highlighted because that's where you would add tape if you wanted to add downforce and increase the temperature, and that's exactly where the debris has ended up on the 24. Now, concerned about its location, but seeing how he's like right here, he's not behind the 7 of LaJoie, which tells me that the temperatures don't seem to be an issue for the 24, because if they were, he would make a bigger attempt to get behind another car. So we're going to assume it's okay, but that debris is definitely a concerning location.
Watch your link. This is me on a norm.
Get that debris off of there, and then the 5 just pull away and go win the stage.
So you do watch that stuff.
Them not doing any of that tells me they're just not having an issue.
Can we get a big vape review? Yeah, this is the Mega Vape. This is the Mega Vape. I call it the Mega Vape. You can turn it on and it has a screen. It has levels. The levels go from 5 to 200. My friend recommended that I keep it between 40 and 45.
He hasn't looked as good. Right now, the last car in the league.
But, so if you hit it on like 200, it's gonna fucking kill you, probably.
And what Chase is referencing there is the right front. Remember, he had that right front issue, had to pick an unscheduled stop under green, was able to come back to that, and then recently came on radio asking if the right front looked down. He was asking the team what speed, and they told him the speed he could run to stay on the lead lap to the end of this stage, but continual right front issues for this 9 car, feeling like they're almost abusing it. And guys, you know, sometimes as a driver, when you have an issue, and then you start to feel things creep back in, you can almost get in your head a little bit thinking that
this is the final lap of the stage.
Without a doubt, and then the last thing you can do is blow a right front tire. Now you're in big trouble as far as trying to make the next round of playoffs. Got to play it safe and smart.
Yeah, you have to imagine when they took that tire off and maybe the 9 or Chase Elliott got to look at it when it was rolling door pit wall.
Safe and smart and fast is right now what Larson is. As right at the line, his teammate came.
All right, so Larson wins stage 2.
For potentially the stage win, but it was Larson who edged out William Byron by 47 1/1000ths of a second. There for the stage 2 win. Blaney and Harvick are 3rd and 4th.
And there's the caution.
And it's Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, and Kyle Busch all getting stage points. This is how close it was there at the end. Larson gets the win.
A supercharged Steelers defense meets an electric Seahawks offense. Like a Mike Tyson knockout. It's play to thrill. Seahawks, Steelers. Sunday Night Football on NBC and Peacock.
For over 10 years, you made this firehouse a very special place. Everyone you met along the way got to call you friend. Decided.
You think Larson wins again? Yeah, I think Larson was my prediction to win.
I don't take their guardianship, they'll be split up. I just need you to come with me and make sure this doesn't change anything with us.
The 200th episode of Chicago Fire, Wednesday on NBC.
Here's Billy Whitaker Cars 200 sales event is bigger and better. More prizes. What will you choose? A Chromebook, smart TV, or a chance to grab my cash? Billy Whitaker's, be good to go.
William Matar isn't like other attorneys.
William, you should see this police show that I saw last night. It was really great.
Do they investigate any car crashes?
He eats, breathes, and dreams of helping people after a car
Sam, does the Mega Vape have changeable carts for? Yeah, you can. Well, you have to put in like new juice, but yeah.
Yep, that's a late model pickup.
Here's the juice. Here's one of the juices. One of the juices right here, and then here's the other juices.
Heard in a car, call William Matar.
And my TV froze again. I'll give it 10 seconds. Okay.
The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
Tonight, after the game.
Oh, and now it froze again. What is it doing?
Go-kart track, but the drivers out here on the mile and a half, they are looking forward to potentially getting to the SpeedyCash.com victory lane today. A lot of fun there, fire, flames, 6-shooters, cowboy hats. The essence of Texas. And do a great job here of entertaining the fans, the families that come out. Right.
Why does your TV freeze a lot? It usually doesn't. It's just doing it today.
And the final stage comes
Usually it just mutes itself randomly, and then I have to turn my TV off and turn it back on, and then it's fixed.
24 laps total, so definitely have to stop for fuel at some point.
Let's see how this stage plays out.
So Larson.
Barcelona's 2-1.
Byron on to pit road and the lead lap cars. Parker.
Brad Keselowski's going to pit out of the 5th place position at the top of your screen. He talks about how the cars are in the racetrack dragging a bit to start, but then it starts to come to its own and has a lot of speed as they go further into the run. Just needs to get to that clean air. It's 4 tires and air pressure adjustment, Marty.
Best one of the day for Ryan Blaney. Hit the pit road running third, but he thinks it can be better. I'm hitting the racetrack, especially early in the run. That's causing me to lose a lot of speed. Car's been pretty tight. Kyle Larson said it built tight sooner in that run, especially when we were in traffic. But they reminded him, you are the only car in this field who can hold it wide open through 1 and 2. Tight race off pit road, but Larson holds on to the lead.
Kyle gained 3 spots on that.
Spots. Blaney is going to lose 1. Kyle Larson winning at stage 2. Kyle Busch won stage 1, but it's been eventful up to this point.
Not really. Why are they doing the All-Star race at Texas again next year? Like, that sucked. The All-Star race this year was awful. Last year was a lot of fun.
From door liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
We get out. Fired up. Hook big one. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew. Get out and do.
Okay, I'm up. 5 more minutes. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
Check that out. Internet that's one step ahead.
My internet streams to my ride.
Yeah? Well, mine's always got my back.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than heart rate.
Okay, that's fast.
Yep, that's because you all have the same internet. Xfinity X5. So powerful, it keeps one-upping itself.
Blue Emu Super Strength Original Formula is now available in 3 convenient sizes. Whether you need relief at home, in your gym bag, or on the go. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink. An official partner of MLB and NASCAR.
I need a Mocha Crunch Blast, please. You got it. We're gonna need more espresso chunks. Order up. Sonic Mocha Crunch Blast.
Entering the sinkhole.
NBC's La Brea.
This is the best part of the season. Someone is going to punch their ticket to a battle for the championship. Yeah, they could today. If one of the 8 drivers wins, then they punch their ticket into the Final 4.
There's something in the water.
He was electrocuted. We're in 10,000 BC. How is that possible? La Brea. You. Tuesday night, 8 Central on NBC.
2 stages complete from Texas Motor Speedway. Brad Daugherty has religiously mentioned that he thinks Kyle Larson is the guy to beat. Brad, anything changed after what you've seen from the 2 stages here?
No, you know, Rick, I always look at this race as being 3 different races, and we've got a 125 lap shootout.
Where's Rutledge? I feel like we haven't seen Rutledge Wood that much this year.
In this last stage, the crew chiefs are trying to get to that pit window because they're looking for that last restart to free these race cars up so you have a good trimmed out race car to go really fast, have a chance to win. We heard Kyle Larson complaining about his car being a little too snug. I think that's going to continue because you can keep the car wide open when that thing's got a little downforce in it. These guys, until they can get to that last pit stop, because that last opportunity to win this race, you need to be trimmed out.
Larson and Byron once again will make up row 1. Keselowski, Blaney, Kurt Busch, Harvick, Kyle Busch, Hamlin, Reddick, Logano, all part of the top 10.
Showed you the debris on the 24. Looks like they took the debris off, put some tape on. So maybe they like that downforce.
All right, back green.
Green flag back in the air. Blaney pushes Larson out to the lead. William Byron had a little help from Blaney's teammate, Brad Keselowski. Here comes Harvick in the 4. A little bit of a run.
What?
the back. Now he's alongside William Byron.
Oh, the one car. Kurt Busch up out of the groove, losing tons of spots down the back straightaway.
I think he has an issue. Still has the speed.
Blaney also.
What's up with Curtis?
Yeah, Blaney really had to catch it.
Kurt Busch coming to
Two-point conversion.
A tire issue or something on that one car.
You'll talk about football a lot for a NASCAR stream. I don't care as long as y'all are having fun.
Left side tires, the right side tires look aired up, so they believe it's a left side.
As long as everyone's having a good time.
Flat, we'll have to see after the tires come off. We've seen a lot of valve stems be broken on pit stops. This soon after a pit stop, you have to ask yourself, is there contact with a car or something else that made these left side tires go flat on the top? Blaney and Brad continue this battle.
Blaney's got his hands full. Pretty brave move right here to go to the bottom. That car looks really loose. Will it hold the track down there? Look how much the car's wiggling around.
I'm in fantasy football league with your.
They feel like the car actually drives a little.
So you're forcefully invested, yeah.
He is.
That's what it's like when you're in fantasy.
He struggled a little bit on the front end of the last run and got better as the run went on. Maybe the adjustments they made on that last pit stop have made that problem a little bit worse, Marty.
It was indeed a loose left rear for Kurt Busch, so that's why he had to come down pit road. They did not get all the lugs tight.
He was running 6. Had that big moment coming off turn 2. And then Blaney. He drives in there, and look at that huge wiggle. That was a major save right there. Good thing nobody was on the outside of him.
Look who's running in third. Kevin Harvick. We talked about them being trimmed out. not having as much drag or downforce in his car, and that might hurt them on the front end of the run in the heat of the day. But as it cools off and we get later and later in the day, it's unseasonably cool. It's 90 degrees here last week. It's been really cool temperatures all weekend long, and as we get later in the day, temperature drops in the racetrack, the trimmed out package will be better.
Tied it up with 30 seconds left.
You're seeing that happen right
I don't even know what game you're talking about. That was a Carolina game.
Now that he's not a part of the playoffs, really the focus has to go to getting to victory lane. This is a great racetrack for him. 3 times he's won here in Texas. Maybe that is the sole focus of let's not finish this season, be able to get into victory lane.
See right there, William Byron really staying close to him on corner entry, trying to slow that 4-car down. Real aggressive move by Byron. The other thing that's interesting to me, guys, is so many times in these playoff races, we do not see teams outside of the playoffs competing for the win. But here today, both William Byron and Kevin Harvick, as well as Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, all those guys have some speed today that we normally don't see from non-playoff drivers.
Still the top 5 right here in front of you with Larson, Byron, Harvick, Keselowski, Blaney all separated by less than a second. Marty.
Rick, the deepest running of the playoff drivers, Martin Truex Jr. in 12th right now. Steve, listen to this list of changes. Remember, Martin was complaining about it bottoming out on the racetrack. Left front packer in to get that splitter up a little bit. Left side wedge. They also made a track bar adjustment, and they've had a left rear tire rub the entire day. So while it was sitting here for 40-plus seconds, they figured they would work on that as well. A slew of changes for the 19, but Martin saying the car much better. Sometimes you have to take a big swing at it when it's that far off the game, Steve.
And great call by the crew chief, realizing there's only 15 cars in the lead lap. You know, if there were 30 cars in the lead lap, those types of adjustments, no matter how good they made the car drive, I'm not sure you can drive back through the field. But the fact that you only go back to the mid-teens allows the crew chief and driver to really get aggressive with these adjustments. And that laundry list was reasonable.
Well, you can change literally thousands of things on these race cars to either improve or, make them not run as well. But right now, they're looking for anything they can get, being the furthest back of the playoff drivers. What a run here by Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, use outside turn 1 and 2, Rick, to be able to get that momentum. Now does he try to clear himself here on the nose of the 4-car? Harvick's going to battle back on the outside.
When you mentioned adjustments, Junior, I was going to point out right here, watch Brad. These adjustments are happening every straightaway. He reaches over and adjusts that air coming in the right side window with that valve.
And see right there, it explains aerodynamically why is he doing that, Steve. It's not to give rain cold air to the race car.
So it looks to me, since he does it on every straightaway, that he shuts it just to reduce the drag. I talked about trying to make it go faster on the straightaway. Reaches over, closes it down. No air coming in the right side window. The car is as aerodynamically efficient as possible. Look at this. He's going to do this. Slammed into traffic. Then he reaches over, opens the valve because it probably adds downforce to the 2 cars. But this is impressive. I mean, it's one thing to try to drive down the highway taking your hand off the wheel. He's doing it every lap, even in traffic.
At 190-plus miles an hour.
And tons of pressure. You know, Blaney is all over the back of him. And it's funny, in the wind tunnel, that as a driver, you feel it. You can tell when you open that valve and shut that valve. You can tell that the car drives a little better. May get the back of the car planted into the racetrack. Lets you just be more secure, more aggressive, Marty.
Hey, Jeff, what was the debate we were having this morning? How would Team Penske show up at Texas today and really answer what Joe Gibbs Racing did at Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago when Denny Hamlin won that race? All 50 races, it's been Hendrick Motorsports. Gibbs clearly took a step at Las Vegas with Hamlin winning. I think Team Penske has taken a big step forward so far today. Here they are with 2 in the top 5. The worst running car right now is Joey Logano. He's in 8th. This is an impressive day so far for Team Penske.
Right. They get nervous. These lap cars get my attention, Rick, because it seems so simple, but it's anything but. And I agree, this Team Penske team has found some pace at these 1.5 miles. So William Byron on the 24 running second, hearing about a potential vibration. We'll check on that when we come back.
Okay,
Cleopatra was the most powerful woman in Egypt. But no one likes a diva, hun. Watching Prime Video, she realised Rulers could give back. So she ordered some gifts with Prime. After that, it was more of a one team, one dream kind of vibe. Couldn't give up all the gold though. Prime choose everything.
Pringles originating barbecue pizza. The barbecue pizza stack. Where is everyone? Pringles, endless flavors to stack.
I need to try it first.
Welcome to the Jenny 500, folks. We have a strong lineup today. Starting at row number 1 with the wings.
A real contender coming in with a lot of heat, Bob.
Next is Sushi, who's been on a bit of a roll of late. And finally, we have Cheeseburger.
A rare choice for Jenny.
All right, let's see what Jenny is going to order. Wow, tacos with the upset.
No matter what you're craving, order from DoorDash and get it delivered right to your door.
DoorDash, get more to your door.
Rated E for everyone.
For over 10 years, you've made this firehouse a very special place.
I'll make sure this doesn't change anything with us. I just need you to come with me.
Have you decided?
The 200th episode of Chicago Fire, Wednesday on NBC.
Under 100 laps to go from NASCAR Cup Series playoffs in Texas. Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 500. Today's Aero coverage brought to you by Geico. As we look down on the infield of this mile-and-a-half speedway, Kyle Larson still up front, William Byron, and he was running second, still in that position. But Kelly, is there something going on with William Byron that might bring him to pit road?
It started as a small vibration for William Byron in that 24, and the team was kind of telling him what Kyle Larson was doing ahead of him, and he said it became a big vibration. Rudy Fugle talking right now. He says a lot of guys get vibrations around here. It could just be a tire vibration, but we will be ready for whatever you need. So right now they're just kind of monitoring it.
You know, it's tough. That's a very difficult.
I miss when Kyle Busch was like running up front. This ain't as fun anymore.
It's such a difficult decision for a driver to know if he's got a problem or not. You just gotta trust your gut and do its best.
Let's listen into Larson's radio.
We have been hearing that from some other guys in the field. It hasn't really turned into anything. At the start of this run, Williams said the same thing, and he's still going strong.
So add to that list Kyle Larson with a bit of a vibration, but you heard Cliff Daniels there, Steve. Very calm, just like he was last
Kyle
week.
Larson has a bit of a vibration, but he should be fine, honestly.
We've heard it a lot, but those other teams have been fine. Let's ride it out for a little while. Easier for you to say, Steve, than it is for Jeff to drive it, right?
Well, all I have to do is just give the information I have. In the end, it's totally up to the driver. I'm never going to ask him to stay out there or do something that I'm not comfortable with. But I would hate to have him pit and find out after the race, well, man, I would have loved to know when other people had vibrations. Maybe I could have rode it out. It just shows the comfort between driver and crew chief. Not even a lot of words, not a lot of explanation, just facts from Cliff Daniels to his crew chief, to his driver, Kyle Larson.
And as a driver, you're riding in that car, you can kind of use some idea on where the vibration is. Is it in the front, the right front, the rear? If it's in the front of the car, what's connected to the front of the car? The steering wheel. You may feel that vibration in the wheel itself. If it's the right rear or left rear or in the drivetrain, the drive shaft rear end, you're going to feel that more in the bottom of the seat. So, I mean, wherever you're feeling that vibration, or is your car getting tighter?
Windval, are you going to prioritize the finale, the NASCAR finale, over everything else that you're going to be watching that day?
To an area to focus on as far cars loose lug nuts and so forth.
You're hearing the crew chief say, as we see Tyler Reddick get by Kevin Harvick, you're hearing the crew chief say, hey, other drivers are complaining about vibrations. But what we haven't heard a crew chief say is that Chase Elliott did have a tire come apart. And that is part of the equation that they don't want to try to hear for the most part. Because that immediately puts major concern in a driver's head about having a right front tire failure at a racetrack like this, because it won't be a small hit. It will be a big hit if you fail the right front tire.
Tyler Reddick up to the 5th position.
Vikings should have won, but their kickers suck.
At one point this summer, it seemed like both RCR cars were going to make the playoffs. And then all of a sudden it all changed, right? Kurt Busch went to victory lane, kind of started to change the view of the playoffs. And then, you know, Tyler was able to make it in, eliminate his teammate actually from the opportunity to join. And then I thought Tyler had that nice run in the playoffs. But here, as we see the 9 of Chase Elliott going by 18 of Kyle Busch, just Reddick in general, you know, last week at the road course was right there in the mix. Here we are at a mile and a half, right there in the mix. I think RCR has to feel really good about having a young driver behind the wheel, Marty, that seems to be fast at many different styles of racetracks.
And Steve, I think what impresses me the most is how Tyler Reddick behind the wheel kind of handled the adversity.
You won't be watching me that day, but the last 20 laps.
No panic on the team at all.
Why not?
Or Tyler just they kind of calmly came up through the field. They've worked their way back now into the top 5 for the first time since they got caught out by that caution. And Steve, or Jeff, to Steve's point he made a moment ago, I really think we're seeing the maturation of Tyler Reddick as a driver. You know, often when you're out of the playoffs, you can use these playoffs to really set up a terrific next year if you run well.
Tyler Reddick is, you know, he is like that dog that chases the car and he finally catches it and doesn't really know what to do with it. That's where he is in his career. We know he's fast. He's learning how to be a winner at this level. He's learning how to be a championship contender. And last week's a great example. He got into the back of William.
This race is boring now. Yeah, it is.
Opportunity for William Byron to win the race, and he's like, "Look, that was on me." Like he is a guy.
Not surprising. It's Texas.
I got to be better. I need to improve.
Yeah, but why would you only be there for the final 20 laps?
He's an aggressive driver. He's always pushing. You see right here, he just made a mistake. Just got in the back of William. William was very frustrated. But Tyler Reddick is trying to figure out how aggressive does he need to be to win these races. And he's going to be, his personality, Junior, is he's going to be a little too aggressive for a little bit. And he's going to figure out where...
It was good when Kyle was in the top 5. Yeah, I missed that. Those were the days.
That scheme's worth about a 10.
Fair. Well, and Tyler has told us over and over, he said his aggressive nature sometimes doesn't help it. I mean, if you get a little bit too aggressive, like we saw at the Roval, it's not going to help him. Parker.
Well, guys, as you guys noted, Chase Elliott going back by Kyle Busch to get into the top 10. This is quite a recovery from this 9 team who had that right front issue. Then at the end of stage
You want to celebrate whoever wins?
issue, and that's when they
Yeah, why wouldn't you be in the stream until like 20 laps to go, though?
Track bar wedge and putting Packer in that right front. And to Alan Dustin's happiness here, Chase Elliott just came on the radio and said, it's feeling a lot better. I've got something to work with here. We'll see where it goes. So the 9 car starting to come to Chase Elliott here late in this race. They've made those adjustments. Really in a crucial run here. If this goes green, we could maybe see these going very long greens, the longest green flag runs. That 9 cars really struggle at the end. It might be coming through that race.
And they're still about 20 laps away from being in their window to make it all the way to the end for fuel as far as the pit stop goes. So drivers complaining about vibrations, worried about maybe feeling something, hearing something in these race cars, but they've got a ways to go until they can fall into that pit window.
And the bottom line, you see stage points earned today. That's important. Brad Keselowski's earned 7. You wouldn't think that's a bad day, but here he is running 3rd and still below the cut line by 11 points. Stage points, very valuable.
You won't miss a thing. We're going to go NASCAR nonstop.
Now, we all know Progressive offers 24/7 protection, but we also bundle outdoor vehicles with home and auto to help people save more.
What are you all doing in my daydream?
It's better than that presentation.
Not better.
Yeah, true.
You know, whether it's a fraction or a decimal, it's still
We don't
fun.
gotta post links, you know?
I know a thing or two about cars, and sometimes buying them can make you tight in the chest.
Can make you
But with
tense.
Carvana, I can finally breathe easy.
Carvana.
100% online without any tense negotiation. Smells like the internet. Shop now at Carvana.com. When I'm not racing, I'm personalizing. Just like how Carvana lets you personalize your financing. You can customize your down payment and monthly payment in a matter of minutes for some truly
Might take
dazzling
shrooms
results.
tonight. That could be fun.
Financing has never felt so fabulous.
PNC Bank believes that if your phone can help you track your pizza, then your bank should help you track your spending. Virtual Wallet is so much more than a checking account. Its low cash mode feature gives you at least 24 hours of extra time to help you avoid an overdraft fee.
He's got to be close. $6 in the other direction. Make a left, make a left, make a left. He made a right again.
Virtual Wallet with low cash mode from PNC Bank. One way we're making a difference.
You're invited on a crisscrossing journey across the world of speed, setting it ablaze with full throttle insanity. Where will it end? Who will rip up Phoenix with donuts of joy? Man, that was wild. Time will tell. But for now, ride with me. The NASCAR playoffs continue at Kansas next Sunday on NBCSN.
A supercharged Steelers defense.
Listen to some Japanese 80s music while tripping. I might do it during the game tonight.
It's play to thrill. Seahawks, Steelers. Sunday Night Football on NBC and Peacock. Just 78 laps to go from Texas. Kyle Larson has a 1.2-second lead over teammate William Byron. 24, then is 3.6 seconds back to Brad Keselowski. Blaney's behind him, and Reddick rounding out the top 5. And Jeff, is this a special guest that's hanging out on the Stewart-Haas pit box?
Yeah, this is great to see. Mick Schumacher, the rookie Haas F1 driver, son of Michael Schumacher. Fun to see him here. It's great when drivers from other series come NASCAR races. 22 years old, trying to make his way in the F1 world. Fun to have him here.
Well, next week, we'll be just down the street, COTA. So, right, see some F1 action in the U.S.
Parker.
So guys, back in ninth place. It's been a work in progress day for the 22 team and Joe Logano on this race car. He recently just came on the radio and talked about how when it hits the split on the ground, it gets tight, which is a common problem. When you have that split on the ground, it basically takes those front tires off of the racetrack and makes that tight condition. They've been working at this car at times, been too loose, and they've been too tight, and right now struggling that splitter, running in ninth position, hoping to make some adjustments on the next stop, Kelly.
Kyle Busch running back in the 11th position, still not happy with his race car. At one point, he compared it to a monster truck, said he had so much air going underneath it. Other times,
I'm assuming pit stops are going to start happening within the next 10, 15 laps.
Okay, a little bit calmer. Kyle Busch just a moment ago came over and said, we really just need to get this race car turning, so they're going to have to make more adjustments next time it comes down pit road, Marty.
His teammate Martin Truex Jr. still behind him, Kelly, sitting in the 12th position. He came on the radio after the laundry list of changes, which Steve told me was not a very long laundry list. It seemed long to me, but they said on the radio a moment ago, he said, I'm better, I'm just no faster. I would disagree with Truex a little bit. He's been in that top 5 lap range in terms of time. Pretty quick right now for the 19, getting a little bit better. Problem is, he's 14 seconds behind the leader, Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney up in the 4th spot, and a moment ago, he came on the radio, kind of panicked the team. He said the car sputtered out of nowhere and then came back to life. So, Steve, I don't know if that would worry you at all or what you would do if you're Todd Gordon really at this point, but he said it just sputtered out of nowhere and then all of a sudden came back to life.
Well, it would worry me. I mean, I'd be panicked, but unless I have an answer to why it had that issue, I'm not sure I can do anything other than just wait and hope it doesn't happen again as we see Ryan Blaney on the racetrack. You see the 3 and the 21 racing, the 20 of Christopher Bell pitted from the lead lap. That seems a little early with 72 laps to go. Not sure if he has an issue or if he just feels
An issue, Steve. An issue, he said, with the crush panel that was causing a big vibration for Christopher Bell. That is why he came down pit road.
so maybe a panel has come loose. It's some sort of aero issue for the 20. We'll have to just see what the issue is and if he's able to recover. Was having a good run. He's one of those non-playoff guys, Rick, that has had just a really solid day. As long as now the big question is, everybody's going to have to come for fuel, so that doesn't hurt him as much as can he make it from here. This seems like a long ways to go. We saw them earlier trying to stretch it in the mid to high 60s. This would be over 70 laps.
Panthers lost.
Right here, guys.
Of course they did.
15th spot, but for these two drivers, trying to be the first car one lap down, so if you get that caution, you could be the free pass car. Now behind them, Kurt Busch is about 0.2 of a second faster, trying to run them down to pass both of them. There he is.
Bell down pit road. Yeah, pit stops are starting soon.
But this 3 and 21, they have had an incredible battle the last 10 laps. This is their whole race right here. This is an opportunity to catch a break, and it could completely change it. It could go from having a 15, 16, 17 place finish to a top 10 if you get back in the lead lap. Kurt just came down pit road, so he no longer is in that battle.
As we look at Brad Keselowski at the bottom of your screen there, he's been trying to run down that Hendrick duo up ahead in first and second of Larson and Byron, but recently came on the radio comparing his speed to that 12 car behind him. Take a listen.
So what I got here, I'm slightly on the end of my 1 and 2. Compared to the 12, I have
You know you're sus.
but he's got a little more straightaway speed. I think also might work a little bit better.
That's sometimes just how you can reference where your car stacks up. Try to understand
Oh my God.
where it compares to your teammates so you know what similar setup they have. He also recently came on the radio and said, I'm almost wide open.
Ties in football are fucking stupid. Ties in any sport is fucking stupid.
On this racetrack, he's wide open around the whole lap. Right on board, watch that little telemetry bottom left of the screen, the throttle and the brake. This is in a little bit of traffic. So we'll be surprised to see him lift just a little bit down here in 3 and 4. Try to figure out a way to get these guys.
Around more Brad Keselowski, the one of Kurt Busch pitted, now the 3 of Austin Dillon on pit road, 67 laps to go. A little bit earlier than I expected them, but I think they could probably make it from here on fuel.
Bell right now is scored 2 laps down after he came to pit road just a couple laps ago. Marty.
And that debate about pit stops heating up. Listen to the 5 conversation just a few laps ago.
For the next 15 to 20 laps until we pit, work on saving me just a little bit of fuel. And
The Vikings won.
gauge on what our pace does there. We're going to be really close to
Does that vid make you sus? Honestly, that video, not really. But some other videos that you post in here, yeah. But that one, that video itself seems like it's just kind of fun. It's funny.
Cliff Daniels trying to cover all the bases, Steve, to sort of unpack what he was telling Kyle Larson there for us.
It just amazes me what these drivers are asked to do now. Not only race, but manage fuel and work all these different strategies to help the crew chiefs call this race. We're on NASCAR non-stop, 65 to go at Texas.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Winval. You know, I ain't judging though.
Hi, welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
2 Sonic grilled cheese double burgers.
I'm on it.
Order up.
I ain't here to judge.
Cheese double burger ready for pickup.
Looks like Briscoe scraped the wall there a little bit, but he seems fine.
Toes like an F-150. Hauls like an F-150. Thinks like an F-150. And powers like an F-150. It must be an F-150 hybrid. The 2021 F-150 Power Boost Hybrid with 570 pound-feet of torque and 12,700 pounds of max available power.
I'm by, you know that. Yeah, I know.
Is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a
Why is Newman's number not on the screen?
Lucia, who announces her
On the ticker, Newman's number was not there for a second.
and Sergeant Moore, who leaves room for her room with USAA Safe Pilot.
Michael Myers survived that fire. The boogeyman is coming for us.
If you track
Oh, Briscoe, no, he has an issue. That's going to be a caution. Yep, caution is out. Chase Briscoe. When are they going to stop the new Coke ad?
Let's take his mask off.
Probably in a few weeks. Under caution for Chase Briscoe. 60 laps to go. He was having a good-ass day, too. He was racing with Hamlin, and then he scraped the wall. And I thought he was fine, but then his tire just blew.
Right there. You know, it's a long way to go, and then because of that damage, it ends up cutting the right rear tire. Now the caution's out.
Yeah, he was doing amazing.
Having a good day, just need, you know,
I feel bad.
Situation, and sometimes you just need to give a spot up, Parker.
And just before that tire went away, Foley, the teammate told him to then pit. So he was literally pitting on that lap as the tire went down into turn 1, unfortunately.
So with the caution coming out, Steve, there were 13 cars on the lead lap. De Benedetto was scored as the highest.
Yeah, he just had a 60-something lap green flag run.
That'll make it 14 cars on the lead lap.
59 laps to go, and this run we just saw was 59 laps. Everyone on the lead lap will come to pit road for 4 tires, a full tank of soda.
Barcelona 3-1 win.
That are so important, and we continue to hear about vibrations, and I'm sure that's not going to go away. But I think the most important thing right now is all these pit crew members. You want to make sure that you have a great, solid stop. So if your driver does feel something, you as a crew chief can say with confidence, we feel great about the lug nuts. You know, maybe it's a set of tires, maybe it's something else you're feeling. So it's going to be very important to have a good stop here because, you know, with the lack of real tire fall off, you know, you might come pit again if you get a timely yellow, but there's a pretty good chance this could be the last pit stop of the race. Real good chance it's the last for at least rights or lefts, because you might only take 2 tires if you do come again.
Crews up on the wall getting ready for their driver to make their way onto pit road. Let's listen in to Denny Hamlin on what just took place with 14.
The fat guy scored? That's awesome. I love when the fat guy scores.
Well, listen, he's a young driver trying to earn his way in the sport, and it's not easy. And you're racing against the very best, and Chase Briscoe, he's fighting for his life every day, and you have to push. Listen, at Indy earlier this year, Chase Briscoe through the grass.
Can't do this, by the way. He didn't shortcut that course.
Yeah, then it gets in the back of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin was really frustrated because he's like, look, man, you were going to be penalized. Like, you were going to be black flagged, and you spun me out, and I was going to win this race. They didn't forget that. When was that, August? Still fresh on my mind.
That was a ways back. And so Briscoe with the right rear tire going down. He brings out the caution, and now everyone on pit road. Parker.
Brad Keselowski will pit out the 3rd position. Very happy with that race car.
I'm not ready for this season to end.
Just 4 Goodyear tires and filling it full of fuel.
His name is Fat T. Oh. You think someone may take 2 tires? I don't know, because, like, it's been like 60 laps on those tires, and then there's like 60 laps left, so I think everyone's getting 4 fresh Goodyear tires. So Larson wins the race off pit road. Kyle Busch doesn't even come out. Oh no, he comes out 10th, but like why?
And Hamlin gaining a couple spots on pit road. We'll be back for the restart.
Yeah, everyone got 4 tires. getting more aware of that commercial. This Applebee's commercial has gotten me claimed like 5 different times. So now I'm just getting so aware of whenever it shows up, just mute it.
Dealing with COPD is a walk in the park. If I have something to help me breathe better, everything would be fun and nice. But
All right, I have to go pee real quick.
Flare-ups, which can permanently damage my lungs. My lungs need protection against flare-ups. So, it's time to get real. Because in the real world, our lungs deserve the real protection of Breztri. Breztri gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and flare-up protection. It's the first and only COPD medicine proven to reduce flare-ups by 52%.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
For real protection, ask your doctor about Breztri.
This isn't just freight. These aren't just shipments. They're promises. Promises of all shapes and sizes. Each with a time and a place they've been promised to be. A promise is everything to Old Dominion, because it means everything to you. We get out. Fired up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew. And get out and do.
Last race of the season for American Flat Track. Take a look at this. Coming out of the turn, Briar Bauman gets up into the hay bales and goes down, but watch the bike coming behind him. Oh my goodness, Sammy Halbert. Sammy was racing for a podium finish there. Briar Bauman also was fighting to go for the championship. Sammy Halbert actually was taken to the hospital, and the awards banquet was the night after that race, and everyone at the awards banquet was really very somber until Sammy Halbert actually showed up at that awards banquet, because they were worried about it. They're worried for his health. But he came there, he said, I want to be...
It's the only non-copyrighted way to watch football on YouTube.
Standing ovation.
Want to watch a Red Zone?
There, Sammy Halbert, able to make it to the awards banquet. The season was incredible for American Flat Track, and I'm telling you...
I don't really like Red Zone. It's like I just want to watch the game.
Passionate that was to end the season. I want to take a look at the Cup playoff standings presented by Xfinity now. Just 55 laps to go here at Texas as they run. I'm sure everybody in the playoffs is happy with Larson being up front, as far as they were worried that he might take one of those point positions because he got so many points coming into this race.
Well, it's been a long race. We saw a big accident early. There's been a lot of chaos to this stage. There's been vibrations, been green flag pit stops. The simple fact now, everyone can make it to here to the finish on fuel. 55 laps is now a sprint. Every playoff driver currently on the lead lap. Truex Jr., the last one in the 13th position. So you've kind of
lost.
The chaos early. Now it's about trying
okay
to
if I only care about Kyle.
competitors. And I know Larson's been good, but a win is still an automatic ticket to Phoenix. And if you're someone like Brad Keselowski, you have to be thinking this is a great chance.
Laps to go. Larson, Byron, front row.
Yeah, Panthers did lose in overtime.
Pushing the 5 out front.
And Larson pulls away once again.
Momentum's going to come from the high side, though. That 8-car Tyler Reddick is going to draft up behind us 24 here. Harvick making it 3 wide. Denny Hamlin on the high side of the 12 of Blaney. Oh, Chase Elliott up the racetrack. Denny's going to have the momentum here with a 22. Larson, or 22.
What just happened to Chase?
Pushing him down the first straightaway. Denny to the outside of the 2-car. How about Tyler Reddick taking the fight?
Tyler Reddick's really trying here.
Really low now up to the side draft, trying to slow him down the straight. William Byron all on his door in the corner, giving no room whatsoever.
Oh, he's loose. Remember these two got together last week? You got to think about he's not a playoff guy. That's going to
RCR is really good at Texas, but he just got loose there, so.
Left side door and his right side door. Blaney going to the middle. It's easy for that guy to lose control and spin out and take you out, but it's a great defensive move as long as the guy doesn't wreck you.
Few non-playoff guys in here that are going to try to mix it up and unintentionally be a factor in how this playoff field finishes this race.
Taylor Suarez in 10th right now. That blue car. There he is right there. Suarez trying to have a good finish to this race. Trying to push Kyle Busch past Kevin Harvick.
Blaney trying to get around this 11 car. Then he blocked him to the bottom of the racetrack, so Blaney goes to the top. Little bit of smoke. That car bottoming out on the racetrack really hard right there in 3 and 4. Going to get a push from his teammate.
As for 5th, Blaney takes the spot away from Denny Hamlin. Logano following him to turn 1 and 2.
Good rebound by Joey. Been behind this whole race. Hasn't got any stage points the whole race. He has to get toward the front of this field to try to save his season.
So only been 2 playoff drivers that don't have stage points. He and Truex.
See the playoff points lower left corner of your screen. That's how far back these guys are. Every position is a point.
Now these two
Man, Byron is trying here. Man, come on, Byron.
And here they are again. Separating themselves from the field.
Willie nose picks.
William Byron.
And that's giving Reddick a shot to maybe catch up with how hard they're racing here.
How hard does he try to get in front of Kyle Larson, who's in the playoffs? William Byron.
Man, this is a good race, but I just don't.
Big problem off of turn 4. 24 and 11 almost get together. The 22 and the 11. So Denny Hamlin pushed Joe Logano up the racetrack, just took the line away. That sent the 22 Logano, the 4, way up the racetrack. All these guys kind of scrambling to regroup. Battle for 6th place, getting pretty testy. Joe Logano's very upset about that. Here it is. So Denny kind of just trying to take the line away. Didn't show him up as much as I thought. But it's a little bit dirty, a little bit bumpy up there. We saw the 22 bottom out real hard earlier, and that bump's been giving him trouble.
Man, side by side here. It's a good-ass battle for the lead here. Byron and Larson.
Listen, I think even William Byron, I think you push really hard. Kyle Larson has a ton of points. Put him in a position that he doesn't want to be in. I know he's your teammate, but let him know, look, man, I have nothing to lose, and you do. Take advantage of those points that he has.
Well, if I was Byron, I would be wanting information right now from my crew, my team, my crew chief. If I had the car to go up here and take the spot, can I do that?
Larson pulled away there on that corner exit.
You signed into a 5-year deal, man. They signed you because you can win races. Go win this race. Rick Hendrick knows William Byron, that Kyle Larson has plenty of points. Kyle Larson finishes 2nd today. He's still okay. Marty.
And I think William Byron knows this is when Kyle Larson is susceptible. Beginning part of the
Oh man, that corner, that corner exit of turn 2, it's just not good.
So Byron knows if he's going to pass him, he needs to do it now.
The driver of the race, to me, is Brad Keselowski. All that we have heard from Brad Keselowski for the last, 2 or 3 months?
Yeah, well, Larson just pulled away there.
We can't win these races. We got to manage our way through the races, not make mistakes. And here he is in 3rd place, gaining on the leader.
He said the only thing they missed was speed to be able to compete with these guys. And here they have it. They may be finding it. Right at the critical point of the season, they execute and have better pit stops. They don't make mistakes. They don't ruin races for themselves. But they haven't been fast. That's what's kept them in the playoffs.
43 to go, 7 back. 2 car out front. He's going to be third here.
The speed that they seem to have today, if they can carry that through the next several races, could make them a favorite to get his 2nd championship.
Look at that center of the corner speed. I mean, he gained a lot of ground on William Byron right there.
This is for 3rd. Keselowski has it. Byron up there running in the 2nd spot. Reddick just behind the 2.
Can't stand this package. I I just like whatever package brings good racing. I feel like we haven't seen too much great racing this year. I mean, we've seen some great racing, but it's just like I want to see great racing every week. And it's like you think they're gonna pass you, and then they don't. It's like it's kind of boring. It's like Byron was getting so close there, and then he just couldn't do anything.
Getting later in this race, more guys are on the throttle more. Except for this guy right here, Kyle Busch, continuing to have a difficult day as the adjustments that they're giving him are not helping this 18 car. He's trying to battle around a 22 Logano. That's for 10.
You don't have to wonder what Kyle Busch is thinking, do you? He just lets you know. And it is frustrating. You know, Kyle Busch, he's a champion. A lot of people think he's the best driver on the racetrack, and he just can't do what he wants to do. Such frustration.
Under 40 laps to go, we go NASCAR nonstop.
What's up, Doug? Hi, Cheryl. What got into you?
A lot of the number logos in Nonstop are just fucked up.
American racing for over 50 years.
Like Bubba Wallace's 23 is like the 23 that like Bowman had.
There's an animal in the attic.
Yeah, Kyle Busch's 18 is like gray and red.
At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
The red zone last year was buggy as fuck. We're also getting close to the end of this race.
Go to geico.com.
Sam here is anxious he won't be approved for that new credit card, so he's procrastinating. Like, really procrastinating. But that changes now, because Sam looked for Karma Confidence on Credit Karma to see curated credit card offers with outstanding approval odds. So what will he use his new credit card for? Makes sense. See your offers and apply with Karma Confidence today. Credit Karma, from free credit scores to tailored card offers and everything in between. Download the app today.
Caution is out. Logano has an issue. Logano has an issue, and this will most likely put him in a must-win situation.
Captain, you don't know how proud it makes me to say that.
Logano is, I don't know exactly what happened, but he has an issue.
That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to help people.
SVU, Thursday.
So caution is out with 34 laps to go. Logano to the garage. Logano is done for the day. He's going to finish in 30th.
Joey Logano, playoff driver, now behind the wall. The engine expired on the 22. He is out of the race.
This is exiting turn 2. You just start to see the smoke out the pipes, out the back.
Man, that was a lot of smoke.
Big issue under the hood for the 22 of Joey Logano. And now with
Yeah, he really blew up.
30 cars, well, I was going to say 30 cars still on the racetrack. That's going to relegate him all the way back to the 30th place finish.
Steve, we've heard a lot of comments about the Ford engines not having the power of their competitors. You wonder if they've been looking a little bit, trying to find some power, and just overstepped it a little bit.
I'd rather break an engine with everything we have. Throw the kitchen sink at it. There's these 8 drivers. Look what it's taken. They're all up front. So
Logano is done for the day. It looks like he's probably, because he was minus 20 already. So it looks like he might have to win one of these next 2 races if he wants to have a shot at the championship.
100-mile race. You know, we don't talk about, you know, mechanical issues as much as we used to, say, a few decades ago. But 34 laps to go. If this was a 400-mile race, Kansas is over. Next week's race is already over. So the fact that it's a 500-mile race has affected the 22 car.
So crew chief Paul Wolf making his way.
Over here, the stream is good, and in the red zone stream is very laggy because Chad is moving. Oh, really? That's why?
Keselowski and Blaney, they're running 3rd and 5th right now. Is there a possibility they could have an issue? Have they done the same thing to the motors in the 2 and the 12?
Well, I would imagine that whatever the Ford engine that showed up today is the same in all of them. But with 34 laps to go, at this point, good luck. I mean, you're just going to hope it's going to make. And look, we have talked all day that these Penske cars have made a step. We say speed all the time. All they need more speed. They need more speed. What does speed mean? Well, speed is either a better setup, better aerodynamics, or more horsepower. None of those are free. They all come with a risk. Let's listen in to William Byron on the 24.
Plan on staying out as well, but if you are sure that those cars right behind you are pitting, you need to come down pit road.
Well, in decision time, half stay out, half pit. The 9 of Chase Elliott first on pit road with Harvick, Kyle Busch, Truex, and Matt DiBenedetto, Parker.
And if you're the back of this pack, a couple of two sheets were talking about how many cars were on the lead lap. It was only 13, so for Chase Elliott, who was towards the back there, the top.
What's up, Boston? You watching some racing today?
You see Kevin Harvick doing the same thing, Kelly.
Kyle Busch in the 18 also came down pit road. They said with just 3 cars behind them on the lead lap, it really felt like they had nothing to lose. Kyle asking for them to free up his race.
That was not a good pit stop by Kyle Busch.
Pit road, including Martin Truex Jr., who actually said this is the best run we've had all day long. Car a little bit too free. So we'll see if these 4 fresh Goodyear tires make a difference for some of these playoff teams who came to pit road.
Those who came to pit road, some adjustments, fresh tires. Will it work? Logano, he's out. Here in Texas.
USAA is made for the safe pilots. For Mac, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble.
You are? Looks like Larson's going to win today.
Even if no one's there.
I agree with Kyle's decision to pit there, though.
He leaves room for her room. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. Get a quote and start safe. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
You really want Willie B to be able to pull off an upset? Or Reddick or Suarez? Yeah, that'd be awesome. I didn't even realize Suarez was running like 7th right now.
Next is Sushi, who's been on a bit of a roll of late. And finally, we have Cheeseburger.
A rare choice for Jenny.
All right, let's see what Jenny is going to order. Wow, tacos with the upset.
No matter what you're craving, order from DoorDash and get it delivered right to your door.
DoorDash, get more to your door.
And guys, here, game day is every day. Our training doesn't stop.
Do it again, run it again. Round face, straight hair.
Short on back and sides and long on top.
Nice work, Taylor.
Being a Sport Clip stylist takes a strong skill set.
Finger curls.
And strong fingers. Only the best make the cut.
That's Sport Clips.
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Here is Joe Logano, who just got out of the race car after the engine expired. They're bringing out the caution. Was there any warning that engine was going?
Maybe.
The playoffs is the worst time to blow an engine. It really is. And that's why this format sucks, is that you can do good all year, and then a blown engine can ruin your season. I mean, that could happen in like with the old format, but like I've literally seen that happen. Like Truex in 2016, and granted, fuck Truex, but like he was running really good all year, and then he got eliminated because he blew an engine. It's like it's like if you get involved in a crash, like okay.
Came out after we pitted and we fell back. So every time we started making gains, something didn't go right and ultimately didn't go right.
By the way, are you gonna stream baseball later tonight? If Kyle Busch wins. That's what I said earlier. If Kyle Busch wins, I will stream the game tonight. But if not, then no. I probably would have if the race ended like close to the time that was supposed to start, but I'm not waiting 2 hours on stream.
Been in the sport before. He understands now what's ahead of him with the must-win, but he also is going to treat his engine supplier as a partner because he knows, great horsepower is what gives you the chance to run up front in these races, and in this is the risk. It's not just setup risk and aerodynamic risk, and we talk about risk with strategy all the time. You have to make a calculated effort in what you're willing to put in these cars for parts and pieces, because you know, as Toyota of Denny Hamlin right here, they put their best foot forward. I mean, they put every part and piece in this car to try to win a race.
Yeah, these guys are sitting here. The last time they come on pit road is 277. The car's behind them all now with new tires, and we've talked about this, Steve. You don't want to be the last guy on the old tires having to defend a bunch of cars on new tires coming from behind. And he's got a few cars insulating him between that and Suarez, Buescher, but then there's Harvick, Kyle Busch, Truex, and Elliott all going to be coming and putting the pressure on this 11 car.
All right, back green here. 30 laps to go. Wow. Buescher's around, but he saves it. Oh, but then the 37's around. Oh, shit. Man. Anthony, what did you do, my guy? What did you do, my guy? Holy shit. Oh, now he's on fire. You got to get out of that thing, my dude. You got to get the fuck out of there. The track is on fire, too. They're probably going to stop the race for this, because the track is on fire. He's out. Anthony Alfredo is out of the car. Yeah, the Astros play again tomorrow.
Scary. Good to see him get out of that car. It's really difficult as the driver. There's fire on the ground. So to get out of the car, you got to go through the fire.
Red flag is out.
Red flag's out. They've stopped the cars now.
I knew they were going to have to stop the race because that was... Because the fire was like literally on the track, like they had to.
Yeah, this starts from the front straightaway. Chris Buescher trying to block Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch got into the back of Buescher, and they all started stacking up behind him because they thought Buescher was going to.
Well, Buescher, I don't think that was Buescher's fault. I think that was wait, who? I want to see another replay of that. Let's. It looks like he got off of Briscoe there. Oh, no, that was Alfredo got off of Briscoe. Who got off of Buescher? Or, like, who sent Buescher fucking crazy?
Yeah, I think the 14 is thinking this might.
I think it was Kyle who sent him crazy.
38 goes into the wall. It looks like the 17 is going to continue. So, you know, there's always going to be a judgment from drivers on, you know, yes, you want to be safe and try not to get into an accident if the 17 comes up the racetrack, but I think the 14 of Briscoe is thinking he could gain some spots as they all stack up, and then, you know, already a heavy impact. That is when it gets very, very scary as we see fire.
Yeah, it was Kyle who sent him around.
I assume that's either fuel or oil when you back in like that, especially after pit stops.
Yeah, exactly, Steve. It's full of fuel, and it's probably knocked the filler neck off of it. It's probably just the fuel that's in the filler neck and the very top of the fuel cell.
That was scary, dude. I hate when cars catch fire like that. I really do.
Much worse by Anthony coming off the brake pedal as that car's turned around.
Let's go back and watch. Finish restart. Chris Buescher did not get a good launch. And it was Kyle Busch putting pressure on him. So right here, Kyle goes left. Buescher goes left trying to block. They make contact. And now everybody's looking at this thinking he's coming up the track. Great job by Buescher, but they didn't know he was going to save it.
And it was Chris Buescher and Kyle Busch this time, right? But this isn't going to change. 29 laps to go. Every restart. That wide entrance into turn one, we talk about it being flat, but it's also so wide. So
run to the bathroom real quick.
They'll clean up turn 2 and take that 38 of Anthony Alfredo back into the garage, and we'll get going with the restart next.
That's half the fun of a new house. Seeing what people left behind in the attic.
Well, saving on homeowners insurance with Geico's help was pretty fun, too.
Oh, it's Tiny Dancer.
They left a ton of stuff up here. enjoy your house.
Nope. No, thank you. Geico could help you save on homeowners and renters insurance.
The seasons are changing, and your tires may be ready for a change, too. Get ready for the road ahead at Midas. Right now, buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free. Find your tires at Midas.com.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop.
And we're the Antonellis.
Do good, eat good.
That's our mission.
We chose our new Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because it gives us unlimited 2% cash back on everything we buy.
And it has no preset spending limit, so our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. We use our 2% cash back to help cover our employees' healthcare costs.
That's how we take care of our most valuable asset.
Our people.
It may sound cheesy,
But we like it that way.
What's in your wallet?
Every Halloween, millions of Reese's Cups just disappear. Don't worry, they're in a better place now. Yeah, much better place.
They're still cleaning this up.
Anthony Alfredo's car on the rollback, and they'll take that into the garage.
The race has stopped. 29 laps to go.
Let's see if we can talk with the driver who right now thinks he's in second, Tyler Reddick. Jeff?
Hey, Tyler, guys in the NBC booth, you got us?
Link to Abu Dhabi app to download to watch racing. Oh shit, that's the oh that's yeah, it's Google Play though. I have Apple, so
You can line up on the front. Well, I was about to say you line up on the front row. That's a good opportunity. But it sounds like we're third here in running order. And yeah, I mean that's a great opportunity for Clark Pipeline Chevrolet. Just got to see what's going to happen here. The tires have enough age on them. There's some wheel spin. Pushing's really important. There's going to be a lot of critical decisions and things that are going to take place here on this restart. And hopefully we just do them all right.
you think Buescher spun the tires?
The fans, so difficult to get launched, but also decide who to push, try to get somebody behind
That was
you.
pretty
How
crazy.
you set yourself up for all that to happen the way you needed to.
Well, I mean, to an extent.
I'm gonna look back at my reaction to that.
Push you, you know, but you don't want to hit the car ahead of you hard enough to create wheel spin, especially at this point. So it's all about timing, and whoever is most aggressive with it is, you know, going to be the line that gets out front. So we're, you know, both going to be pushing pretty hard here. Yeah, see how we line up here. If I'm third, you know, I mean, would think I'm going to end up lining up third or fourth, but, you know, you never know. But I'm definitely really excited about it. And just count down the minutes till we get back rolling here.
Tyler, we're pretty confident with that paint scheme and you driving it. There's going to be some aggressive stuff going on.
You have an iPhone, same.
Yeah, thanks. Wish we had a little more horsepower, a little less downforce. You could use the bumper a little bit better, but we'll still be trying to push our way.
So we're sitting waiting. 29 laps to go here.
You know he's going to give 100%. Let's go down and
We've been under the red flag so far for 6 minutes.
Catching up here, Jeremy Bowens used the crew chief for
Came out at
practice.
5:20.
He's driving on the closest contenders, those Hendrick cars. Are you surprised by the speed you guys have up there?
Everybody at Team Penske's been working really hard trying to catch these guys, and our discount tire forward's been pretty fast all day. We've been around the top 5, so here we are towards the end. We'll see what we can make happen.
Are you alarmed at all by the 22 losing an engine there and the issue they had?
It's obviously not encouraging, but you know the Roush engines are so good and so solid that I would think that's an isolated incident, and hopefully we'll be good to go here.
All right, I'm looking at all this information you got up here. What can you use to go beat those cars? What are you going to have here in these last couple laps?
Well, the tires will make it to the end, and we got enough fuel to make it to the end, so it's pretty much up to Brad at this point. So we'll just advise him the best we can on what lane to choose,
Well,
depending on where we're restarting, and try to make some.
Now we wait.
In the driver's hands, Marty.
Well, it's been a fairly flawless day for Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels, leading all but 78 laps to this point. Pit crew's done a fantastic job, but now you're looking at another restart. With these continuing restarts, concern you at all, Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, always the restarts on these types
Download
of
this.
are always pretty dicey. But
Usually when somebody gives me a link, it says download this. Oh, I can download it on the App Store. All right, I will download it.
Guys pushing behind you on the restart, but certainly a fast HinderCars.com Chevrolet Camaro. Part of our team, guys have been great on pit road, and yeah, we're just going to keep fighting and see how it goes.
Seems like Williams been willing to play nice. At some point, does he have to try and go win his race, though? And I'm sure Kyle is aware of that fact.
Yeah, no doubt, and I think William has been a great teammate today, but he's here to win a race too. And,
There we go.
And
I'm going to download that.
Race hard up front. Hopefully we're good enough to get it done.
How about this performance for this team? You and I talked this morning. You said
Better time. No, we're not. There's no rain. It's a. We had a crash. Anthony Alfredo went into the wall, and then he had a trail of something, and then it caught on fire, and the track caught on fire too. So they're cleaning that up. But yeah, Anthony Alfredo's car was on fire. That was pretty scary. You know, Reddick wins. I would love to see Reddick win. That'll get a virus. Yeah, maybe. Nah, I trust him now.
Has never advanced to the championship four. Trying to take care
Oh, it's all in a different language though.
Yeah, Marty, it's been a career season for Kyle Larson. Take a look at what he's been able to do on mile-and-a-half tracks. He's led 227 laps today. He's still up front. That number can continue to grow, but this is an all-time in a season laps led on mile-and-a-half tracks. He is at the top of the list there through 8 races, and still another mile-and-a-half track coming up next week in Kansas.
Shit, how do I change the language? How do I change the language on this thing?
We get out, fired up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew.
Trying to figure out how to use this damn map.
These are the people who work on the front lines. They need a network that's built right. That's why we created Verizon Frontline, the advanced networking technology for first responders. Built on America's most reliable.
Oh, I found the race on Abu Dhabi.
Built for real interoperability and built for 5G.
Yeah, I found the race on Abu Dhabi. And it doesn't have commercials too. But it has like the weird ticker for like that you see on like the NASCAR replay.
So much news, so they asked the fastest guy they could find to tell you now you can eat fresh and fast with these Subway.
Do you see the gear as a settings logo? Hold on, let me go back into there. I don't off the first glance. I'm looking. Yeah, I don't see a gear. This is all I see. Just like in a different language.
The defending champ comes to pit road with a right front tire issue. He's been able to recover. Currently sits in the 11th position. 22 Joe Logano loses an engine just recently, taking him out of this race.
So that was race getting good.
Trying to make some gains on a restart. It's cut off here, blocked by the 17 of Buescher into the 1.
Alright, so the red flag has been lifted. It was 11 minutes. So we had an 11-minute delay there.
And they just changed it to yellow, and so the car's fired back up again and rolling. Kelly.
And as we sit here under red, Denny Hamlin right now positioned in the 6th spot is crew chief Chris Gabehart. You told me before the race you thought you'd have a shot to win, but you guys haven't really been able to quite break through up into that top 5. What are you guys lacking today?
Well, it's hard to say. These 550 races are so
Send you a screenshot.
and we got a little left rear quarter panel damage very early in the race, right after.
I'll send you multiple because there's like multiple tabs.
It's one of them things where I'm not convinced if I can fix it or just make it worse doing it. And I know I'd give all the track position up doing it, so coulda, woulda, shoulda. I wish we would have tried, but
Actually, no, I'll just send you that one.
the speed we needed either way. I thought at times we've been capable of running third. Clearly, the 5 and 24 are lights out, but there's still 29 to go. That's why they call it racing. We'll see what happens.
Right, so how aggressive do you expect Denny to be if this could be the last restart once we get going?
Yeah, RJ, Anthony Alfredo took a really hard hit there.
But, you know, Denny's smart. He knows where to put it.
It was scary.
I trust what he's got going on. And
Well, the scariest part wasn't the hit; it was just the fire. It was like, holy shit, because he hit the back of the car. So I think that ruptured like the fuel cell, and then that caused the fuel leak, and then that caused the fire.
You just saw what happened on that last restart. You could hear, I don't want to say
found
nerves,
something
but
hot to
Cliff
ignite
Davis
it, and
is
then
ready to concede this
there was a
race
fire.
Is the winner. He knows that these restarts are going to get crazy, so it's going to be aggressive. Unfortunately for Joe Logano, that engine failure has taken him out of it, but the other 7 playoff drivers all inside the top 11.
Green light here. Pit road is open. Who's going to come onto pit road? Late taker here. Was Buscher in the 17 after probably a little bit of contact there from Kyle Busch.
I feel like this race is going to be good from this point.
And of course, that's what
I think it's going to be like the start of the fun.
A little bit of melee there in 1 and 2.
Well, I mean, that was awesome, but I hope it continues that way.
Of the infield care center partners there with him.
Anthony Alfredo released from the infield care center. First of all, what happened down there in turn 1?
Well, we just restarted, and someone I saw was spinning on the apron. I believe it was the 17, and the 34 was in front of me. Obviously, he's my teammate. Not that you want to run into anyone, but I checked up when he checked up to stay off of him, and I think the 14 or so was behind me. Just couldn't get checked up in time, so it spun me out and couldn't do anything to, straighten it up. I was backwards, so I was just along for the ride, going up towards the fence, and I don't know, something got knocked loose that obviously started the fire on all the fluid that leaked out. It was kind of strange because I slid all the way down the track and was stopped. Thought I was going to be able to take my time getting out, and then it just burst into flames. But thankful for all the safety personnel.
And that's scary as shit, dude. Because, like, then you're just trapped. Because, like, literally, if your car's on fire, that's scary enough. But if the ground around you is on fire, it's like, I can't even get out now.
That would have been a great day with all the damage. I know we could have been even better if we didn't have that, but I just hate we couldn't finish it out. It's kind of been the story of our year, but I guess that's what makes you stronger. So thankful for everyone who supports us, from Remote Sports, Ford Performance, Speedy Cash. Had an excellent time with them this weekend, and looking forward to growing with them in the future.
Awesome. We were red for the Anthony Alfredo crash.
And that's what's left of the race car. They're dropping it off back in the garage area. They'll put that on the hauler and send it back home. And now 27 laps to go. When they come back for the green, it'll be 26. We'll be with you here on NBC through the checkered flag and chat with the winner of the race. Then post-race show, NASCAR America post-race show on NBCSN. So make sure to join us over on NBCSN for that. Hearing more of the drivers and what some of these playoff drivers will have to do.
So I think they're pitting this lap.
Some of them already been put in a hole. One big Joey Logano. Logano with the engine expiring. He's going to be the bottom of the list.
Kyle Busch is +4 right now.
For the driver of the 22. And as they're rolling now, track cleanup continuing. We have seen a dominant performance once again from Kyle Larson. And Steve, with the laps winding down, what are we expecting to see at the end here? More aggressive restarts?
Chaos. Rick, we expect to see chaos. It was early, the big wreck on the backstretch, but then the race, while it was never really a smooth flow, it kind of connected. They got through the stages, but now with 7 of the 8 playoff drivers still available with a chance to win this race on the lead lap, I expect these restarts to be chaos. No one is going to give, and perhaps it's the pushes, it's the help that could create the issue when these guys start to push and shove down into turn 1.
Drivers, we want to bring you in. All right, so you've seen a long race up to this point, but now with it being a sprint, how nervous are you that they will be too aggressive?
Well, you got some guys in the back half of the top 10 playoff contenders that have newer tires. They cannot wait for this race to get back under green so they can start trying to take advantage of having those newer tires. The best time to do that, Jeff, is when they're all bunched up on this restart. So
What have I missed? So you missed a huge crash. If you didn't miss if you missed all the race, you missed a huge crash on like lap 30 something. Lap 30. All these cars were involved. It was a pretty big crash. And then you missed just now, or just about 20 minutes ago, you saw Anthony Alfredo's crash. He hit the wall and then caught on fire. That caused a red flag. So that's what you've missed today. But then it was a lot of just like green flag racing. It was like green flag runs, long green flag runs. So some boring parts.
7 playoff drivers inside the top 11. Larson leading.
You saw a fuel mileage race for the stage win. Back green.
Tyler Reddick pushing the 5 on that lower line. Keselowski trying to push the 24.
Oh, Denny pushes Brad up the racetrack. Denny Hamlin.
Oh shit.
Suarez has Harvick up the racetrack.
Here's a run by the 21 of Matt DiBenedetto as well. Now, Keselowski ducks inside of Ryan Blaney. They're fighting for position. Reddick tries to take second away from the 24 of Byron. Byron fighting back on the outside. He'll have it back.
Look at Denny Hamlin taking advantage of what's been given to him. Oh, he slides up the racetrack, gets loose in dirty air. And he's going to be 3 wide on the high side of 2 forwards here, down the back straightaway.
Nobody can lift. You don't want to be in there 3 wide, but you can't lift this point in the race.
They stay 3 wide.
Ooh. Blaney and Hamlin made contact. 3 wide racing.
Blaney's got a terrible situation right here in the middle.
Oh, Hamlin has an issue. Hamlin has an issue.
Contact made between Blaney and Hamlin, and now, how gingerly does the 11 have to finish this race out?
And Matt DiBenedetto got into the back of Kyle Busch.
Yeah, the 11 has a big tire rub.
Now Hamlin's got a tire rub. How bad is he going to get? Are they going to have to pit?
Man, shit's getting crazy.
That smoke disappears. Meanwhile, up front, William Byron trying to find a way to get around his teammate, makes a bad choice, gets in dirty air, loses the front of the car.
Hamlin's still running and maintaining his position, though.
In the 8, never has he won before in the Cup Series.
Well, we saw a week ago how aggressive he was willing to be with contact with Byron. I know it wasn't on purpose, but he was willing to be inches away at the roll in that braking zone. So with 21 laps to go, you know.
Yeah, Reddick is catching up.
Aggressive. Here comes Keselowski to the inside of William Byron.
Oh shit, there goes Hamlin. Hamlin's around. Hamlin is around. Oh boy. And that will be a caution. Oh boy. And the crowd goes wild.
So much smoke. You know, if it was on the tread, it might have survived. I believe it was on the sidewall, and in the end, it goes flat.
Man, Hamlin's around.
Slide off turn 2. Did a nice job keeping it out of the wall.
He's got flat tires.
And the camera totally fucking missed that.
Be careful not to do more damage to the body of the race car, much less the brake lines and other things underneath.
He can recover from this, though. If it's not too much damage, there's 15 cars on a lead lap.
He's just got to be careful that right front especially. See how it's whipping away at the hood there.
The NBC control room guy needs to be fired.
I want him way slow here, right here. You can see that? Yeah, Steve.
He's trying to, you know.
Tires clear the left rear, roll back out. Try not to lose a lap. Lambert, keep us up to date.
There you go. Try not to lose a lap. So this is this balance. The 11's on pit road. The pace car's into turn 3.
Right front's down the wheel. Be ready to pick it up.
Right front's down as well. Great information from a spotter. Simple things like that. No one thinks of. The spotter telling the pit crew both right
Alright, well, my page refreshed.
The difference between saving a lap or not.
So now I gotta get it back
Jack underneath it. 2 tires
into
coming
its
off.
proper.
At this point, I don't think you worry about damage. You worry purely about getting tires on this car and get back out on the racetrack. You know you're under penalty. You came when pit road was closed, so you're not worrying about issues like that.
Pull it, then we gotta go. Pull it, then we gotta go. We got time. We got 15 seconds.
And you see on the left-hand side.
Hey there, Tyler Gibbs, got family friend from Louisville, Kentucky.
It's got to be close for Denny Hamlin. We'll see.
Hamlin is dead. Woo. Man, you don't like Hamlin?
All he has to do is beat the pace car to the pit out line. He'll do it easily. Denny Hamlin will stay on the lead lap.
So Denny Hamlin is still in 15th right now, so he's still, he's not fucked.
Tail end of the longest line. He's not going to be a lineup right behind the 15th place car.
So here's how the contact happened. They're 3 wide off of turn 4. Blaney bounces into the left side of the 11 car, and that bends the fender onto the tire. It smokes for a handful of laps, and then off of turn 2, it finally loses air.
And Denny does a great job between staying in the gas and using the brake to not back it into the outside wall. You know, the fans like, well, if you were smoking, why didn't you pit? Although right there, little contact. Yeah, I didn't see that the first
I
time.
wonder what would happen if a driver intentionally wrecked somebody, and then that driver who they intentionally wrecked died because of the crash. Like, would they go to jail? Would we have the trial? Would we have a NASCAR driver on trial?
To knock that splitter down, change the angle of it.
Well, what I was saying is, you know, the fans like, why don't you pit when you have a tire rub? Well, if it survives the whole way, or what if another yellow comes out? You know, it's the risk. You have to decide.
Hate Hamlin after Daytona with Newman Williams. How is that Hamlin's fault?
Well, Steve, we talked about it earlier. When a driver has a loose wheel or a vibration, when does he...
Crowd stands to their feet. Let's do the wave.
Looking at the tire rub.
I was at the Syracuse game the other day and they did the wave.
Restarts. Larson still out front. Less than 19 to go.
And when I was at the Mets game, I did the wave. Well, he didn't know that, though. Hamlin celebrates when someone is about to die or is in harm, but he didn't know that at the time. And plus, it's like you just won the Daytona 500. Like,
that's why you get a
you're still gonna be happy.
It's a thing of beauty, man.
And then you saw him in victory lane, like right afterwards. Like he seemed like pretty upset about the whole thing. So he clearly just didn't know.
Maureen, the merrier. Food is her love language, and she really loves her grandson. Like, really loves.
Her 43 was down some laps at stage 1 and 2. Was he? He's in 12th right now on the lead lap. This will hurt Hamlin's playoff. I mean, not really. He's in 15th. I mean, let's see where...
Coming up, right after the race, local news except on the West Coast. Nightly news with Lester Holt at 6:30. Football Night in America at 7. And Sunday Night Football. It's Seahawks Steelers. And make sure to join us on NBCSN for our post-race show. We'll be talking with plenty of drivers as we see the 11 making his way back out onto the racetrack. So now with under 17 laps.
It's been a great channel. Let's keep it going. Well, thank you.
You have Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick.
Everyone drop a like, too.
They have been racing each other for a long time.
Everyone drop a like on the stream. We got 16 people in here. Thank you, guys.
Who would have thought in 2005 we would be restarting a race with 17 to go, with that being the front row of a cutoff with a chance to win in front of a crowd at Texas. Incredible journey these two men have been on.
And how hungry Tyler Reddick must be right now. We go a couple cars behind.
I like that picture with Kyle Larson and Jason Aldean and Tyler Reddick.
He was actually coming down a little bit. We were maintaining our gap off the floor, and he was hard racing there. Did a great job. Remember the big picture here, guys.
Oh, I recognize that last voice in there.
9th place. This is Kyle Busch. If he could gain some more spots, that would be much appreciated.
Yes, yes, very respected.
Hamlin is still +1.
And we'll see. 16 laps to go.
Back green.
Larson on the inside, Reddick on the outside. A big shove from William Byron. The 5 clears the 8. Up the racetrack just a bit, Keselowski in the 2. Back to Benedetto in the 21. Fighting up here for a top 5 spot. Here comes Byron looking to the inside.
But nobody can catch up to Larson is the thing.
Reddick not wanting to give up an inch.
And I guess that vibration Larson had just didn't mean anything.
Kevin Harvick, that's the first car that put on tires on lap 301. Matt Benedetto on the bottom, he's the next one.
Kyle Larson is loving the fact that
How many on the lead lap? There's 16 on the lead lap. So.
And once again, it's Byron running second. Reddick third. Keselowski and Harvick the top 5.
Slide job.
Great job by William Byron on that last restart.
Oh, up into the wall hard. Right coming out of turn 4.
Oh, Truex. Yeah, fuck you, Truex. You little bitch. Yeah, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. You dumb bitch. There we go.
But this looks terminal. I would be shocked if this car can make another lap and he'll join Logano as a playoff car out of the race.
I have to wonder what happened there with the right front tire. Doesn't look flat.
Something had to have broken. He went hard into the outside wall here. Take a look.
His playoffs going down the drain. Fuck yeah.
A little bit of contact right to the left rear quarter panel. Martin overcorrects the car.
So that red flag was 11 minutes and 9 seconds.
That was a massive hit. See the safer barrier come off the ground.
This is what, gosh, this is unique to other sports.
Damn, that broke like some of the, he hit that wall so hard that he broke some of those like little decorations on the wall. Like, you know, on the safer barrier, how they have those like little, like Texas logos, like they have, like those broke. That's how hard he hit the wall.
To win a championship, but, you know, they're out there trying to get their race in as well.
I mean, I am glad he's okay, though.
Such a big hit. Martin Truex Jr. We see it again.
Man.
The 99 looked like he got into the left rear quarter panel.
And it's not like Suarez meant to do it, but he did get to the back of him, and he's driving the car. He's got to be responsible for it. Let's listen to what he had to say.
I don't know what trying to do, man. I was right there all the time. Yeah, obviously you were there. You hit him, you know. I should have followed him. I'm sorry, but I wasn't there, man. I just can't.
Yeah, the wall went airborne there.
Well, there you have it. He doesn't care.
I hear you write a football game. I was at a football game on Friday night, yeah.
Marty.
Well, and Jeff, for his side, Martin Truex Jr. said, I felt like I gave him plenty of room.
I went to the
James
dome.
Hall trying to direct the repairs if they can indeed get the 19 repaired. And then Drew Herring, the spotter for Martin Truex Jr., said, I'm not even sure we made contact, but definitely put us into the wall, whether it was aero or it was indeed contact. Truex said, hey, there's no way we can get this car fixed, but the 19 team not giving up yet, trying to get it repaired and finish out these final 12 laps.
Steering wheel coming off. Looks like Martin's about to climb out of the 19.
Yeah, Martin's done.
Remember, on top of that,
Truex is now 11 back, but that's going to continue to fall. He's going to finish probably 25th, but he could finish 27th if there's overtime.
Remember, while he did stay on the lead lap, under penalty, he had to start at the tail end, all the way behind the lap down cars. So there are points available, but he was a long ways from any lead lap cars. Now, he'll be able to pull up and start at the back of the lead lap cars. So they're working on the splitter. I'm not sure if the car has the speed to pass any more positions, but now the opportunity will...
The fuck? We just switched over to the weather. All I see is a screen of the weather.
Mike Marlar just way too good here tonight. McCready giving it all he can, but he can't do it.
The fuck? I have a feeling this is only in my area. Okay, there we go.
To the outside wall, he will be unable to continue. So we talk a lot about the 500-mile race and the length of these races, and I'm not a proponent of having 36 of them. We don't need 36 500-mile races, but I do believe they still belong in the schedule in certain areas because it is a test of man, machine. The drivers have to stay mentally focused. The pit crews, the crew chiefs, it is different. You know, the length of this race.
Well, it wasn't a thing I could screenshot. It was my TV. But I just showed like a radar, and it just like a radar of my area.
He's on the bottom of the racetrack, and Truex comes down on him, and it's not Daniel Suarez's job to take care of Martin Truex Jr. and lift in that situation. He could have cut him some slack, and Martin would have appreciated it, but in no way does Daniel Suarez have to do that. He has as much right to the racetrack as anybody else, and it's just such a...
What was showing on your TV? Literally a radar of the weather in my area.
Guys racing each other, but in that case, you know,
and it was just that. And then...
He's out there trying to run his race as well.
You ready to choose inside or outside? Again, it takes 2 seconds after they cross the start-finish line. They've got to make that decision.
And last time I thought it was an advantage for Kyle Larson to have his teammate William Byron behind him because it looked like he could have confidence he was going to get a push without having to defend.
Yeah, my TV's been weird today. Or like, I don't think it's me, but I think it's just like NBC has been weird today, at least in my area.
It will be less than 10 laps to go. 9 when they get back to the start-finish line. Let's get a few updates before we get to green, Marty.
Rick, Steve made a terrific point on the restart before this one. The 24 of William Byron was in third, so Kyle Larson orchestrated it all so that the 24 would be behind him on this restart. Well, now the 24 is in second. He does not have the advantage of sort of hey, help me out here. William Byron going for the win. Does Tyler Reddick help Kyle Larson?
No, he's racing for a win here.
This is going to be an interesting restart.
Man, Larson's at 247 laps. It's like if he doesn't win at this point, it's like, damn.
And he can't change lanes until they get to the start-finish line, so he has to stay behind him until he gets to that start-finish line.
The point to watch is past the start-finish line when you get to the, like, kind of the point in the grass. Once they pass that, the racetrack goes left. The cars kind of go right, and the real estate opens up to the left of the leader. We'll see if Reddick tries to get in there.
Steve, you said it. Turns 1 and 2, 80 feet wide. There's a lot of real estate out there.
That's like 8 cars worth.
All right, we'll see how crazy this restart is.
And we're in a hurricane was near Darlington. I don't remember that.
Byron, pick up row 1.
Back green.
Great push from the 8 right here. Going to clear that 5 car off into turn 1. It's going to turn him loose.
Look at Byron and the run he
Oh, there goes Red. Oh, but he's fine.
tapped by the 4. He keeps it straight.
How did he do that?
It's going to cost Harvick, though.
Harvick drops back. Reddick keeps moving forward. And here comes the 24. Byron's got to run now.
Byron's got to run.
The 5 just needs to go wherever the 24 is, take his line away, get him in situations like this where he's having to defend and run side by side. Reddick's going to side draft down the back straightaway.
Ooh.
Not only side drive, but they make contact now. Into 3 and 4.
Oh, shit. Byron's got a tire rub.
The 8 gets sideways.
And remember, they're frustrated from last week with each other.
Reddick starting to drop back now.
Byron's got a tire up, so he's not winning now.
Moving forward. Christopher Bell moving forward. 3 wide, and on the outside it's Kyle Busch.
Reddick and Byron, is that a new rivalry?
That 24 car from the contact 2 weeks in a row. There's contact on the
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The 17. That was a hard hit.
Caution comes out again.
And another car came
Man.
Couldn't tell which one it was. A red car with heavy damage. I think it's Denny Hamlin. I think the nose is wrinkled up. The nose smashed in on the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Another playoff car with an issue. Denny Hamlin.
Oh, Denny Hamlin's fucked again. More issues for Denny.
He'll have to come down pit road, but the concern would have to be the fittings and everything on the
So I think this is going to be a green with 2 to go.
car, hoping that none of those lines are broken.
Hamlin is angry, yeah.
Sure, the window net down. AMR safety crew to him.
Take a look at how this all unfolded.
That was crazy.
Screen, 14 car, a little bit of a clip from the 17. Sends him
Yeah, Hamlin is fucked. Well, I think he's still...
car into the inside wall.
Because of Truex, Hamlin, I think, is still above the cut line.
There he is right there.
Yeah, the issues with the 14 and the 17. The 14 going up the race.
And the thing with, like, so many lap cars, like Hamlin... Because there's only 1 car 1 lap down, then 17th is 2 laps down. So, like, the lowest he's really probably going to finish is, 16th.
And the 17 had nowhere to go.
And then this right here, Kevin Harvick got into the back. Tyler Reddick, I thought Tyler Reddick was spinning it out right there. He actually was able to maintain his position.
Yeah, Logano's fucked. Logano is in
Here
some
they
serious
go.
shit.
Now they're 3 wide. And then here's Reddick.
Yeah, Hamlin's does look fixable, so that's why I said I think he's only going to go 1 lap down, if that.
Trying to keep him wrecking.
I think Byron's going to be thinking, man, you hit me last week. Now you hit me again this week.
And out of the infield care center is Mark Truex Jr. Parker.
right, Rick? Let's ask him about that incident with Daniel Suarez there. You said on the radio you felt like you gave him enough room.
Reddick looked like me playing NASCAR Heat.
I'm not sure. I'd have to see it. I definitely was running in tight, trying to get all we could, and maybe I squeezed him, maybe he slid up. I'm not sure. I don't even know if we touched. I got loose, and when I gathered it up, I hit the split. Got replay. Yeah, we touched for sure, but it's really fast right there, and just tried to correct and hit the splitter and went straight in the fence. So. Tough spot to have contact like that. I don't know. It is what it is.
How do you guys bounce back from this next coming
try to win one of them, I guess.
Very simple for them. Try and get Mitchell Lane.
Daniel Suarez in the 99 running up inside of the top 10 at the time that he had contact with Martin Truex Jr. Now he's 11th on the running order.
Have to worry about that little bit of tire smoke on the left rear quarter panel of William Byron. Steve, obviously with 4 laps to go, we're going to have a quick green-white checkered. You have to imagine maybe that tire will make it.
Yeah, the Goodyear's still on the left rear, and when you look right here, there's a wrinkle maybe above it, but a little dent in front of it.
I think Byron's fine.
They ran a lap, or at least a corner, that it would have rubbed or smoked more. I thought I saw smoke, but the tire's not shiny. There's no way.
Everyone hit the button if you like. If you haven't. Yeah, everyone drop a like on this video.
Maybe we just need to come get some fresh tires on it and not have a flat tire.
We got 10 likes. Everyone drop a like, please. That would be greatly appreciated.
I'm like, you know what? I don't want to put my driver at risk, but I feel comfortable enough to tell William Byron, man, try to go get the win. I think it looks good.
Yeah, you can still see the yellow, where it says Goodyear Eagle. You can still see all of that, so it can't be too bad of a tire rub. The other thing is we get ready.
Gazowski quietly racking up points. I didn't see it when I want to see it. They should put up the playoffs thing again.
Kyle Larson has been able to keep the lead in every one of these restarts. He's done everything right. You just have to start wondering, how many times can you keep the lead with this much pressure? He's done it every single time. He's done a great job, but you keep giving people a shot at you, and eventually somebody will find a way
like
to
a
get
chip,
around
fuck you.
I mean, he's chosen correctly to be on this inside line, and I think he's
Alright, choose right now.
because he has a teammate up there.
So we're going back here with 2 to go. This is not overtime. This is just a restart with 2 to go.
That gives Larson the chance to just kind of control that inside and block and make sure he's getting pushed down into turn 1.
Yeah, this race has been good. I've been enjoying it.
Christopher Bell is restarting 4th.
This race should be over by now, and it's not. This race probably should have ended like 6 or 5:30, and it's 6.
So he could be a better pusher, not only in 1, but at the Geico restart zone to push William Byron in front of Kyle Larson. Will these new tires be the difference? And it's worked so far for Larson, but he's not been in this situation where a guy with much better tires is a pusher.
And you see on the left-hand side, 315 around those 277, the last pit. The only one Suarez way back in 11th at 315. And to your point, Jeff, not only restart zone, but you think that middle of 1 and 2, if he can have enough speed to keep that 24 on the right rear quarter panel of the 5, that can make all the difference if the 5 doesn't have all the track to use exiting 2.
It's a 2-lap shootout. 2 laps remain here at Texas. And Keselowski is going to line up behind Larson. Another playoff driver wanting to get that victory, to get the locked-in position at Phoenix for the championship.
Back green.
Back on the gas they go. 2 laps here from Texas.
So William Byron's got to stay on that right rear quarter panel, but he doesn't. He gets away from Kyle Larson. That frees Kyle Larson up. Now Byron back to him. Just can't get there. Just moved away from him too quickly.
But Brad Keselowski, I think, is going to clear William Byron down the backstretch. He pulls away from him, doesn't allow him to.
But it looks like it's going to be Larson.
They're side by side for second. William Byron surging ahead now through 3 and 4. But here comes Keselowski. Hard charging as they come off of 4. 1 lap to go.
White flag.
A mile and a half from his 8th win of the season is Kyle Larson. A win at this racetrack locks him in.
Larson's going to win it.
Phoenix gives his team 2 weeks to work on that car. Kyle Larson, a dominant
And Larson wins it after leading 257 laps. If Larson wins, he will be too shy of typing Petty for what? Oh yeah, he'll be too shy of tying Petty for 10 wins in a season. It wasn't... Petty had like 27. But that was also back in the day when they had like 50-some fucking cars. Or 50-some races.
Kyle Larson, his 8th win this season. A career season. He has the most laps led ever in a season on a 1.5-mile racetrack.
Larson was
8 wins,
untouchable.
and this one the most important of the season because it locks him in to the championship.
Larson is going to the Final Four.
As he parks it in victory lane. Take a look at the playoff standings. Kyle Larson with the win. He is locked into the championship 4. Above the cut line now, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch hits 8 plus 8 above the cut line.
And Brad Keselowski, Martin Truex Jr. out of this race with the accident. Joey Logano.
Yeah, so Truex and Logano were fucked. Denny Hamlin's still plus 9. Hamlin's fine. NASCAR has got to get rid of this ridiculous playoff system. I totally agree, man.
To hear from not only
Just for Larson to win either way.
the other players here today. What a day it was for Kyle Larson. A very eventful race here at Texas Motor Speedway. He's locked into the championship 4. Larson wins at Texas. Kyle Larson making his way back to the start-finish line. And what a performance by this young man.
Yeah, he is going to win the championship either way, but this format's still stupid. Well, I mean, he might not win the championship either way, actually. And I think Hamlin's still ahead of him a little bit in points, with like full season points. And then, you know, you never know with Phoenix.
All-star win, and the crowd appreciating the talent. Marty.
What an incredible team win from the car preparation to the pit crew who never lost the lead one time today, to the driver who survived 7 stage 3 restarts and got it to victory lane. The flag handed to him by a young man who is wearing a Kyle Larson shirt. Welcome to the
Doesn't matter. Happy for Larson, but
First
Truex is
time ever
out.
for you, Kyle.
Yeah, could win like 3 races. It wouldn't count for anything. Exactly. Like, this format's so stupid. Petty's was 10 wins in a row, plus 20 wins. Yeah, he had 27 wins in 1967. But that was also back in the day. Like, I don't feel like that should really count. Because that was back in the day when they had more races. I think, like, it's like 1973 is the common era. Modern era.
That's probably surreal to you, but how about those 7 restarts you had in stage 3 and you never once faltered? How did you keep it together for all of them?
Yeah, I just got good pushes from behind me, really. I tried to stay patient on the throttle to keep them to my back bumper, and thankfully I was able to just barely clear them every time into one. And
yeah, they are running out of room for checkered flags on there.
Thanks to William, Tyler, Brad Keselowski, anybody who was ever behind me, especially Brad there that last restart. So just
Kyle Larson right now is the best race car driver on the planet.
Throughout the rest of the year.
How big will it be to have 2 weeks now to get ready for Phoenix and focus on that race and go run for a title?
Yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, I don't think we're going to lose focus on Kansas or Martinsville, but I definitely think we can shift a little bit more to our Phoenix car and really look forward to that. I love the West Coast. I love, Phoenix. We've always been fast there, or at least, I was really fast earlier this year in the 5 and made a lot of mistakes, but I think we should have a good shot. Our team's been so strong all year long, and might as well close it out now.
There you go, Rick. It seems fitting that the dominant driver in the 2021 season is the first driver.
Luckily, Larson is your backup driver, so you're happy.
And now he heads
Ish. You smoke a shit ton of weed, bro. You need to chill out with that shit, loser. I do smoke a shit ton of weed. But this isn't weed smoke. This is fucking my fog machine. But I am a loser. You ain't never gonna do nothing with your life. Well, that's fine. Thanks, Linda. I agree with you there.
Well, it'd be a disappointment, but when I talk to the crew chiefs and the different team members down in the garage here, making it to that championship race is really the season goal. It's one race. There's a lot of opportunity between now and then to prepare that race car, but you heard what Larson said. He's not willing to talk about Phoenix yet. He wants to go win Kansas and Martinsville. And I think that is really the signature. We heard earlier that Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson might get a little more conservative, might get this. There were a lot of mights. It didn't look like anything changed to me. It looked like they called the race to win the race. He drove the race to win the race. And while the team can use the time to prepare that Phoenix car for Kyle Larson, I think the best thing he can do is try to go win the next 2 weeks and carry the momentum into Phoenix.
Jeff Jr., we bring you in to talk a little bit about this phenom of Kyle Larson and what he's done in 2020.
William Byron got second. That was a good race.
He has to be the favorite going into Phoenix, but
Haters going hate.
Championship.
You might have been making some good points, though. I do smoke too much weed.
Pretty much all year. We got together in January and talked about who we thought the favorites
Do
were.
you know what ish means? Yes, it's just like kind of.
Going to Hendrick Motorsports.
You're happy-ish. You're happy about it, but also not happy about it.
To have his career almost taken away from him, and then get a chance at reaching one of the best organizations in racing. You know, we knew he was going to be hard to guard, and he's done nothing but deliver. Everything he's sat in this year, he's won races, and I just don't know how he's not the favorite going to Phoenix.
Yeah, I think we, said at the top of the show, if he can go in there and get an opportunity to race for it at Phoenix, he's the guy. He's been the favorite all year long, and I think he continues to win races throughout the rest of this round. Yeah, he can really go for it and get aggressive. But, Steve, you talked about it earlier in the race. Now that he's won, Hendrick can focus a little bit more on the car of Chase Elliott, and they need to. He's right at the thick of this battle at the cut line, and they're going to have to find a little bit more speed in that 9 car for him to have a chance at repeat.
And look, the last 2 Hendrick drivers to advance to the championship 4, what they do? They took the trophy home. They won the championship. So when Hendrick gets in that situation, they have a way of delivering.
And right now, Larson about to climb out of the car in victory lane. The guy who was just a position short, William Byron, is with Kelly.
Well, William Byron comes up just short today. A second-place finish for you, but you gave your teammate Kyle Larson a run for his money time and again. Where did he have that edge on you in all those restarts?
Just control the lanes. You know, it's all about the push, and I think here at Texas, the shortest lane kind of wins out because of the way the track kind of separates into turn 1. So the Exalta Chevy was fast all day. We just never quite got control. I think he was definitely better than us.
It's a fun race, fun times.
And then I was right there with him.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna end the stream now. When's the race next week?
They've been awesome all year, flawless on pit road and pit calls and everything. So our team's right there, and I think we're building something really good for years to come.
Yeah, you guys got eliminated from the playoffs last week, but what kind of a statement can you make if you continue to have runs like this?
Yeah, I mean, we're here to stay. You know, Rudy's going to be in it for a long time, I feel like, and we've got a good team, good young team, and myself included, so I feel like we can do a lot of good things, and saw that last week, just didn't finish it off with the contact there, but yeah, this week we had a pretty good run and had a shot at a win.
Great job. Thank you.
Brad Keselowski finishes 4th here, but really, it doesn't.
All right, so next week's.
It looks like you were probably the only car that maybe could contend with that 24 and 5. What more?
When's the Xfinity race next week?
We didn't eat all them yellows. We had the car balanced really well with the discount tire Ford for long runs, and last few times.
All right, so next week the Xfinity race is at 3 p.m. So I'll be live at 2:45 for that.
45, 50,
and then on Sunday the race will also be at 3 p.m. So I'll be live at 2:45 for that too. So yeah, I'm gonna end the stream, guys. I want to thank you guys for watching.